Ugh. Okay. I did it. I did it. I pressed the button. I'm online. Holy shit. I actually started a stream and I forgot to start my music, didn't I? Oh, God, that's loud. Toxics, thanks for the resub, man. Appreciate it. Right off the bat. Man wasted no time. I like it. Where are you? Only at 13k. I should have run the game offline a little bit more. I'll probably run it offline tonight, maybe tomorrow. So I kind of realized we can make speed modules pretty fast. But if we're like expanding the base by 33%, I get a lot of prods too. I didn't have that many banked. This was capped at like 10k. I'm not sure if that'll be enough. In fact, I don't think it'll be enough. So I bumped it to 20. Got Fizz prod up a bit for the Shattered Planet thing, but I think that's probably going to happen next weekend. I know I said this weekend, but that was before I missed Thursday. Because my sleep cycle is still fucked. How we doing? I woke up half an hour ago. Hey, Veldak. Yeah, Pee-wee 2 shit started today too, didn't it? Kind of wasn't even thinking about that. But we have other things to think about. Like, I want to start refactoring this to be like this and get ready for the scale. Which is left there, 1.6. That's gonna run out. That's a 357. And after that runs out, I guess I could go to that, but it might just be better to move. Oh, the purple to like these three. That's something we need to decide. Anyway, I need to get off the kilo. I know you didn't know which class to choose. I don't even know. I maybe should play it a bit off stream and see if I change my mind about the state of the game, but I know like nothing about the Pee-wee 2 meta right now. Like literally nothing. Yeah, I think we'll probably start the deployment of labs today or so. How are we doing on pollution? Yeah, this isn't hitting anything. Well, that's because we haven't run purple in a while. And that's purple right there. This is leaking out here, but I'm not going to bother putting trees there because I need more up top, actually. That's water, isn't it? Oh, no, it isn't. Yeah, we can do more up there. What is this song? This isn't on my playlist. Is it? I mean, I know this band, but I didn't add this song. I don't know. Like, it got, like, shuffled into the queue? I have no fucking idea. Anyway. '97? Yeah, I mean... I've barely played PoE 2. I played it for, like, 3 days when it initially released. Released a 3-hour video roasting the game and haven't touched it since. Fuck, like if I play PoE 2, I need to set up a filter or I need to use somebody else's. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. I really don't want to do that, man. I really don't want to do either of those things. I don't want to set up my own because it's a lot of work and a lot of research and... yeah, I don't know, man. We shall see. We shall see. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to just... I don't even know whose I'd fucking use. I've never used anyone's filter other than my own. Like... so... yeah. That's a good amount I added. What, that? That's a big cloud, though. Did I, like, leave my goggles on... Oh, no, I have them. Okay. Probably going to be a slow night because of the PoE2 launch. Everyone's checking it out. But we have work to do here. I don't know. I probably should like check it out on stream. Give it an honest try. Off stream, I mean. Dude, I like queued all these up, didn't I? Whatever, we can let him play. Who knows? Maybe there might be a good one in there. Worth adding to the playlist. You know, next time we do a Megabase, I probably still won't do construction spiders. But I'm definitely going to do tree spiders. Like, have like 10 fucking... Actually, no, that doesn't even work, does it? Because you can't, like, logistic request stuff out of a spider's inventory. Yeah, god damn it. No, that doesn't even fucking work. Like, even if I had a bunch of spiders full of seeds... It like... Yeah, you can't logistic request out of their inventory. Only to it, not from it. Yeah, I don't fucking know, man. I'm gonna keep an eye on that if it goes past the lake. I'll extend it. I don't want to overbuild at this point, though. Hey, Palace. Spider buffer. Yeah, I mean, the problem is the seeds. The reason it's such a pain in the ass is the seeds. Like, you either... Wow, we actually have no pollution here because the purple's been off for so long. Yeah, I was waiting until, like, you know, a little bit into the stream to talk about 2.1. We'll give it another, like, 5 minutes. 2-3 minutes. For people to tune in, and then we'll talk about 2.1 a little, but there's not really much to talk about. There's not much to talk about, is there? I was a little sad. I mean, yeah, we kind of need to go do the, I mean, what is... Well, my update time is low right now. Because we're not on Robo. Yeah, being on Laser puts us only at 8 update time. Or... Not Laser, sorry. Fizz damage. So it's only 6 sciences. Laser is only 6 too. It's the exact same ones, actually. Yeah, Robo 7. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I was waiting like a few minutes for people to tune in, because otherwise, you know, we're going to get people constantly, like, tuning in and asking me, like, what my 2.1 take is. But, yeah, as I said, I think it's going to be a quiet night because of PoE2. So let's just talk about it now. Because we need to go clock yellow in a minute here. Okay, so they released this earlier today. Let me turn down my music just a little bit. Yeah, they released this a bit earlier today. It's a lot less information than we'd expect. I almost kind of feel they, like, tinfoil conspiracy hat here, but I almost kind of feel like they released this to shut me up. Because I had been saying, like, I think 2.1 is going to be bigger than we think. Because they're taking so long, and now they're talking about adding quality trains, and I was like, I think they're going to wait until October, and we're going to get a nice, big, fat 2.1. And I was really saying that a lot last week. And then, so, like, literally less than a week later, they're like, shut the fuck up, Hobbit. Shut up, Wesley! And, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing. It's probably the biggest nothing burger you've ever seen. They're treading on my dreams, man. Tread softly, for you tread on my dreams. Yeah, it's nothing. I mean, you can read it right now, if you haven't read it yet. We didn't go into 2.1 development with grand designs of large new pieces of content or huge features. It will be mostly quality of life, some small features, fixes and game polish, and modding improvements. Okay, so modding improvements is like vague and nebulous, and there's nothing really to discuss there. It's mainly just gonna, be like, stuff to make modding easier and less buggy, most likely. So that is meaningless, essentially, from our point of view. Fixes and game polish is great. So that basically leaves quality of life and some small features. We'll see what the some small features actually entails. But they said no new planets. That was to be expected. I don't think anyone was expecting a new planet. That would have been, that's doesn't make sense. No new enemies. I didn't expect new enemies either. So neither of those are a surprise. And then we got no new research trees or resource chains. Now, by resource chains, I'm assuming they mean new resource types. When they say new research trees, I'm not sure if they mean new infinite researches or branching researches or no new techs at all. Like, that's a little nebulously worded there. Like, if there were no new techs at all, they could have just said no new research. So it might be something where maybe they're putting in, like, 1 or 2 additional techs, because that is something I was saying would be nice. If we could get more, like, super late game Aquilo, like, techs, maybe the ones that use Prometheum science that aren't Prometheum research. But it also could just mean like they got a little sloppy with their words maybe. So I don't know. I would not hold my breath though. Like if I had to bet, I would bet that it means like no new research like at all. Which is a bit disappointing. No mention of quality ships. No mention of thruster stacking. Like, this is literally it. For all of you who haven't seen it, are like, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. What else did they say? It's just a bunch of bullshit. It's blog posting after that. After this is just blog. So, yeah, I mean, we can go through it. We had one of our traditional land and play testings. They decided to play a Death World with keeping their hands clean. It was a multiplayer game. Apparently that's what their base looked like. So that's what the Factorio devs base looked like. I would make some jokes about the hamster being superior, but, it's Death World, so it's not fully comparable. But they are using trains, interestingly enough. Yeah, they are using trains. But yeah, I mean, they posted a screenshot of their simple base and they finished the game in like 53 hours. Okay, so that brings us to this. For the next few weeks, we will do some closed beta testing, and if all goes well, we hope to release 2.1 by end of June. Okay, so here's the question that I'm sure some of you are wondering is, where do I stand with regarding to this? Like, is this going to change my plans? Am I going to go play the test? If 2.1 is as minimal as it sounds... Dude, how much shit did I queue up on here? Yeah, I queued up like 50 Machine Heart songs because I was doing a deep dive on them, but then I forgot about it. Yeah, let's just skip past that for now. I think I have all their best ones on the playlist anyway. No game-breaking stuff? Yeah, I mean, I would just kind of assume it means no new text in general. But it could, there is a possibility it means no major, like, branching trees, and there might be some one-off researches. But, like, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this has definitely put a pretty big damper on my 2.1 hype. Because I was definitely starting to believe that it was going to be bigger rather than smaller. Because, you know, A, they were taking so long to work on it, and B, they hinted at the quality train thing, which to me was a hint that they're willing to make larger changes. But, yeah, I mean, if 2.1 is as minimal as it sounds like it's going to be, like, if it's just, like, quality trains and some, like, polish and bug fixing and, you know... I did not play Factorio before 1.1. Yeah, I'm not, like, super old school Factorio player. I started in, like, 2021, 2022 or something like that. I can't remember. So when I started playing Factorio, 1.1 was already out, I believe. So I don't remember what pre 1.1 was like. But, well, let's finish going through this. For the next few weeks, we'll do some closed beta testing. If all goes well, we hope to release 2.1 as experimental by the end of June. So we're end of May right now. And there's a decent chance we're going to be playing next weekend, too. I know I said I wanted to wrap things up this weekend, but I also said that, you know, there's no hard end date for this. We wrap it up when we wrap it up, and... It was already going to be tight with me finishing everything this weekend. And the fact that, like, my sleep cycle is still completely fucked up, and I missed Thursday did not fucking help. It's okay, though. I made good use of the time that I wasn't streaming on Thursday, and there's 5 new videos on YouTube that you can watch. I'm just kidding. I'm a failure. I didn't do that either. Yeah. Just spent a lot of time at my PC like a fucking zombie going, I can't sleep. That's really what happened. I was trying to sleep like early like last night, and instead I stayed up to like 2 in the afternoon playing fucking Valheim because I'm like, I'm just not tired enough to sleep. But I'm also not, like, awake and, like, cognizant enough to, like, make proper YouTube videos. So I'm basically in fucking limbo. That's where I've been. This, like, half asleep, like, dazed and confused limbo state. Where I'm too awake to sleep, but too asleep to actually do anything productive. At least do it properly. I mean, maybe I should have still just tried to make them because, you know, it keeps getting fucked, but yeah. So, I'm going to try to change a few things tonight. I did force myself to wake up today. Like, I only got like 5 hours of sleep between when I slept and when I woke up today. A little more than 5. Um, so I'm still pretty out of it right now, which is technically a good thing because hopefully it means I'll just crash really hard after the stream tonight, and then we'll be back on the normal schedule, and sanity will return to this stream after many, many months of depravity. But yeah, I'm just fucked apparently. So yeah, this weekend, next weekend, whatever it takes to finish the Megabase. But they're gonna release 2.1 as experimental end of June. So I'm probably not going to pester Woob to get into like super early beta or something. Like if they, like it pretty much seems like they want to release 2.1 as experimental pretty quickly, so that they have, you know, the entire community has time to like test things and look at things. Because yeah, like right here they said their summer vacation. Apparently they have like summer vacations like they're in fucking high school or something. So oh my god, I really can't think today. So they're going to release at the end of June, and it's going to be 2.1 experimental over the entire summer. So, yeah, I mean, if it was like big major changes, like they were adding new text and stuff like that, you know, I might be more interested in like being like, oh, I need to get into like the super early beta and test it. But if they're releasing it this soon, and it's probably not going to be that big, then I don't see the point. We just kind of stick to our original schedule of finishing up the Megabase and then going to DSP and Timberborn and whatever the fuck else is worth playing. And then we can like glance at 2.1 when it releases an experimental. But, you know, I'm not going to start a new game if like, or I mean, we might like look at it in the existing game, like fork the save or something. But I'm not going to start a new game if like the only real change is quality trains, or even if the only real change is removing quality ships, right? Because we know exactly what we're going to do in that situation to compensate. It's not like worth spending the time to just do that when, you know, we have so many hours in Factorio. We know exactly how it's going to play out. If they do surprise us with like some major changes, then, you know, things might change. But yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like it's going to be a lot smaller than we're thinking. Oko 100 consecutive. I think StreamerBot might have finally fixed their shit, and I can maybe remove the thing where my own thing announces it, but I don't even remember how I added that at this point, so that's going to be fun. Hey, SD. Gives everyone time to break all the balance changes? I'm not even sure how many balance changes there's really going to be. I really honestly don't know. But yeah, I mean, as expected, the last part is as expected. 2.1 is the last major update, and then they're going to shift the focus to long-term support. So, yeah, there's going to be no 2.2. There's going to be like only just, you know, incremental updates at that point, you know. This is basically it. They're kind of just they're clearly kind of just handing things off to the modders, which, you know, has always kind of been the thing, but they're like really hammering it in here. You know, there's the subtext here that you need to read, which is that if you really want all these other changes that we've been talking about, then just mob them in, asshole. Like, stop pestering Woob, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, there you have it. 2.1 is almost nothing. No news about quality. If they nerf quality ships without removing thruster stacking, I'm genuinely going to be annoyed at them, though. That's like the one possible universe where if they do that, like, I'm going to be fucking talking shit. If they're going to nerf quality chips, I want to see thruster stacking fucking gone. I don't think it should be in the game anymore. But yeah, I mean, we'll see if they actually do anything about any of that. Yeah, so some people are leaving Woob too. Yeah, like 2 of their developers are now leaving. Like, I don't know these guys, Pusilla and Tubby. I mean, I only really know, the Ryguard and shit. Like, I don't talk to the devs as much as I should, honestly. Like, I feel like after the whole PoE experience, I kind of, like, stopped, like, trying to heavily reach out to devs. I mean, maybe it's probably not a good thing because, Woob is obviously not GGG, and I should give them the benefit of the doubt, but, yeah. Part of me just got, like, super burned out on, like, passionately advocating for, like, good changes in games that I like because, it just feels like such a waste of time. Hey, Groost. Oh, that being said, Factorio is definitely in a better state than, like, PoE is, for sure. But, I did finally get all that big list of suggestions that we started compiling last year. Finally organized it somewhat and fired it off to Konage, who is talking to the devs and whatnot. Were people really expecting big changes? I was expecting, like, not, like, huge changes, but when they announced that they're going to do quality trains in 2.1, I kind of was thinking it might be bigger rather than smaller. Kind of hoping. I definitely might have freebased a little copium, just a little. I think we'll get open source in like 5 years. I have no idea, honestly. Quality doesn't blow to deal. Yeah, I mean, it's not difficult to deal with. It's just boring. But yeah, I mean, it's very clear this is like sort of, not the end of Woob, obviously, but they're obviously like downsizing a little bit as well. And it does look like they're going to work on some kind of new game. But, like, yeah, 2 people leaving and rocketing off to new challenges definitely means, it's not like a hostile downsizing or anything. It's just the fact of life that my analysis would be, there's just less to work on in Factorio right now, right? Like, Factorio is being wrapped up. There's certain people potentially working on whatever Woob's next game is. But, the people who, like, did a lot on Factorio, but there's not as much to do anymore, and they're not interested, or what if for whatever reason are working on the next game and want to go work on something else, yeah. Yeah, I mean, announcing, like, the leaving of 2 people is definitely revealing in that regard. And then Arundel... Oh, shit, he's moving on, too. Oh, I thought this was going to be, like, something about... When I saw Dawn of the Rising Star, I thought Arundel was getting, like, promoted or something. That's what I kind of assumed. Fuck, I didn't even see that. Yeah, so 3 devs, including Arundel. Like, I don't know Pusilla or Tobias, but, I've heard Arendel's name, like, many times before. I think he's written most of the FFFs. Hasn't he? Like, like, didn't he write? Like, Twinson, Harusa. I guess a lot of different people posted them. I swear I saw his name on like a lot of things, but yeah, he did post a decent amount of them. Yeah, he posted like the big ones. There's some of the big ones. I guess they kind of rotated it around, yeah. Yeah, he did like the planet ones. For some reason I thought Arendelle was doing most of them. So yeah, they're downsizing big time. They did hire, a few new people, but I think this line is pretty revealing. Those people have been mainly hired for whatever the new game is, which obviously is, going to be like probably at least, 3, 4, maybe even 5 years away, depending on what it is. I don't know how long it took them to develop Factorio from scratch. But I know like PoE took a pretty long time. Like I would say like minimum 3 to 5 years for them starting to work on it before we get like a playable beta. And we have no idea what kind of game it's going to be. Arendelle is working on a deep turn-based tactical game with rich lore, lots of secrets. He really likes secrets, apparently. Or an exploration-focused puzzle platformer with a lot of secrets and climbing-based combat. I don't sound too interested in either of those things. I don't hate platformers, but I just don't wind up playing a lot of them. And I am not a fan of turn-based games at all. I really don't like turn-based. I'm a real-time aficionado. But we'll see. These are the Woob devs. They do good work. We'll keep an eye on what they do, and when their games come out, we'll definitely give them a fair shot if we're aware of them. Thruster stacking, thruster forest. That was Will's idea from like a year ago, which I kind of initially... My counter argument with it, when Will brought it up, like, Will's idea was that they should remove thruster stacking and add an infinite research that's very late game that increases thruster force. I said my logic was that I don't think they will ever do that, because if you have a research that makes your ships go faster, you can wind up in scenarios where, you speed up your ships too much and they start blowing up. Like, there's no other research in the game where if you do it too many times without being prepared for it, your base starts dying, right? Like, that just doesn't happen. A research is always a positive. And he was like, well, put it super, super late game, so, Prometheum science type thing, so people don't do it on accident. And I'm like, it's the design principle kind of thing, though. But I don't know what other option there would be for getting faster ships. It's either that or add a late game engine tech, add a late game engine that is faster, which would just be like a one-time jump up, I guess. Assuming you're jumping from normal legendary thrusters to the new legendary ones. The one thing that makes me think that, like, a new type of thruster would probably never happen is the fact that they put a lot of fucking effort into this sprite. Like, of all the sprites in the game that are, like, fancy and have a lot of animations and things going on to them, there is a lot going on here. Like, there are, like, 3-4 fucking layers that you can see into the thruster with the rotating, the double rotating core and things that are going on. So them adding like a late game thruster would probably just be a reskin, I guess, because I can't see them trying to one-up this design, right? Like, I just can't see them like sitting down and going like, okay, we need a one-up or a glorious thruster design with, something better. Although, it would be kind of cool if they designed, like, a proper-looking late-game one that, doesn't have the wobbly effect. that looks like something, a little more futuristic. Like, I mean, they could get really cool with it, but again, I think their answer to that would be like, just design it yourself, make a mod for it, right? Just mod it in. But the problem with modding things is it changes the baseline, and this is like something that I'm very aware of as a streamer as well. Like, I think it's a lot easier to just like do a couple mods here and there that you like when you're not streaming. But as a streamer, I think it's very important that people be able to like tune in to the stream and be able to relate to what's going on, even if what's going on is very complicated. They go like, hey, yeah, I can do this in my own game if I just learn from this guy. Like, going like, oh, yeah, you need to mod that in. Like, you're changing the baseline, you're changing the core of the game. And now to have a similar experience, you need to have those same mods. It's why when I do mod games like Oni or Valheim or anything like that, I do my best. I try very hard to stick with only quality of life mods as much as possible. But yeah, I mean, that's I haven't given that answer in a long time, but I guess it's good repeating it because, I do get people still asking me, why don't you just mod it? And that's basically the answer is, if I wasn't streaming, I would definitely be more aggressive about modding little things here and there. Like, I probably would have, like, modded, like, flare stack or something in to use instead of fluid voiding, but I think it's very important for watchability that the solutions I use are things that people can, easily implement in their own game without feeling the need to modify it. Okay, I was rambling for a bit. Let me catch up on chat. Isn't a bit of churn between games typical for the games industry? Yeah, exactly. It is typical. I'm not saying it's not typical. But that just hammers down the point, doesn't it? Like, we're truly between games. I keep saying, this is the end of time, guys. This is the end. This is the edge of the verse. We have reached oblivion. We are staring off into the void. There are no stars left. Regarding the Megabase. But it's kind of, in some ways, true of Woob and Factorio as well. As I'm finishing this Megabase, they're finishing up their final development on Factorio. And we're both going to be moving on to other things. And around the same time, Woob's going to be like, hey, we're going to go work on other games now, have fun with Factorio, and we're going to be like, okay, we're going to go play DSP now. Etc. This does put a little dent in my plans for maybe a potential Megabase 3. Because I was hoping that for, like, doing my third Space Age Megabase, it would be after 2.1, there'd be more significant changes, and it would be a bit different than simply doing what we did this time, but on, non-default settings and potentially on Linux or something like that. But, yeah, if it's... we'll still probably do it at some point, maybe, but I might get a little more aggressive with modding for Megabase 3. Put some mods in that help with megabasing if the changes in 2.1 are going to be a bit minimal, but it's something I have not given a lot of thought to yet. Continue. Zero interest in whatever Arendelle is making. You guys got a crippling case of you must play the game my way? Wait, what makes you say that? What makes you say the crippling case thing? The only vibe I got from his shit was like he wants to make a game with lots of secrets. He really likes secrets in games. Factorio doesn't really have any secrets. Kind of hard to have secrets in a game where the world is RNG generated, right? But yeah, I'm sure if we keep an eye on Woob news in general, then, they'll announce the games by their former devs, because they do all seem to be on good terms with one another. So I'm sure we'd hear about it from that. What did Woob said? We just went over all of it. Basically, 2.1 is going to be kind of a nothing burger. They could just cap the asteroid spawn rate's velocity. Maybe. Asteroid spawn rates are already weird. The faster you go, the less total asteroids you get, apparently. It's like super counterintuitive, and the first time I heard about it, I didn't believe it. But yeah, apparently, like, if you go slower, you actually see more asteroids than if you go really fast. There's like a limit. It doesn't scale linearly the way you would expect. It scales like asymptotically. You'd hotfix that issue by making thrusters configurable up to a certain level. The amount of been automatic. Yeah, I mean maybe. The thing is, like, there's no other building in the game where you need to use a wire to access basic functionality, right? Like, for just about everything else in the game, you know, you can set things up without circuits, even platform and hub requests, or landing pad requests on planet, you know, you can put the request straight into the pad. And, like, I know it may sound like, you know, I'm being a stickler for, like, oh, the design philosophy, etc., but I'm telling you right now, this is how devs see games. I'm telling you right now, this is, like, actually how they see things. Like, I guarantee it. It's like, there's these hard principles and design principles they stick to. You know, and then they don't like putting in one-off things that run contrary to those kinds of things. You don't see thruster stacking as a problem. I don't like it. Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I just hate what it does aesthetically, and I don't like feeling like forced into it, because it definitely is kind of unnatural, right? Like, because you could argue like, oh, you need to double the size of your fuel thing and add like 2 more stacks, right? And your ship would probably be a bit better. And it's just ugh. Like, we were talking about the Shattered Planet ship last week as well, and doing that as like a final project. And someone posted in the Discord that apparently last year someone did it at like 1,000 kilometers a second with thruster stacking, and I'm like, well, like, I really wanted to do it without, but yeah, it's like, I don't know. As I said, you feel forced into it. Dude, I'm actually so fucking out of it right now. Like, holy shit. And we need to do clocking. And we actually, like, need to do it today. Because Abuck was doing his little yellow competition. And we've kind of missed a lot of his competitions because of the hamster shit. But yeah, I think he put 31st. Where's his post? Let me find his post. Fucking streamer mode. Sunday, May 31st. Okay, so if we don't get it done today, we can potentially finish it tomorrow. But yeah, I would like to enter my yellow science, because I think it's one of the better builds we've got. But obviously we need to clock the fuck out of it first. Otherwise we're gonna lose. A guy has literal crash your game at startup DRM because he doesn't want stuff changing the value of sets he thinks a mod. What do you mean by that? Like, he doesn't want other mods? Are you talking like if you have conflicting mods? Because that's a pretty common thing. Can you recap? How many eggs do you load? This loads like 200k, 250k? Yeah, 250k with thruster stacking. The non-thruster stacked version, I think, was around 150, 160, yeah. So it says right here. 160k egg max. We still need to fucking backport all the improvements from the stacked version to this version. This is, like, effectively a much older version at this point. You just sit down in the sandbox and do it. I need to write that down because we're gonna fucking forget. Might try to do it today because it's so easy to forget. And we're going to be in the sandbox for a while today, clocking yellow anyway, unfortunately. So yeah, I need to backport all like the dashboard improvements and everything. But yeah, you basically get 100k more eggs by thruster stacking. Wait, what are you trying to edit? I'm curious. What are you trying to edit in the mod that is causing that? I need more information. Yeah, I mean, like, if it is the way he's describing it, it does sound pretty cringe. I mean, there are developers out there like that. Like, you know, there's people like that in GGG as well that, you know, we've unfortunately had to deal with. Where they think that, you know, the way they envisioned that things should be played is how everyone should be playing it. And anyone who does, you know, it differently is, you know, doing it wrong. It should be changed so they can't do that kind of thing. Stack size stuff? I want to run RoboSpeed for a while. I want to see where our UPS is. Such as rocket fuel stack size? Huh. Yeah, I had no idea about that. I mean, I'm still going to play Space Exploration at some point. But, you know, it'll be my first time playing it, so I'm probably not going to be modifying anything, you know. Just going to be playing it, like, out of the box with whatever recommended mods are for it. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. There's a Factorio merch store? What? Oh god. Dude, why is it that whenever, like, fucking companies do merch, they always have to have some giant fucking, like, thing on it? Like, yeah, I want a bright orange shirt with an inserter on it. See, if it was just like a tiny symbol, like a tiny logo, like, you know, right at the top of the left side of the chest, I would consider buying one of the darker colors. Like, if this one was just a tiny, like, little green circuit here, you know, like you know what I mean. I would consider buying it. But when it's this fucking giant thing of a circuit that was never meant to be rendered in that size. Yeah. So many people do this. When they're trying to sell merch, they fucking make some big ugly thing instead of something like smaller and more simple and elegant. I actually do need more shirts, man. I have like no shirts. Oh, they're really low quality? Yeah. He hates stuff like turret creep and put in arbitrary restrictions that block... Wait, space exploration? Space exploration has restrictions on... By default, like, space exploration has restrictions on building turrets near nests? Yeah, I was about to say that too. Yeah, $20 is pretty cheap for a shirt. Nothing like that when I played it. Okay, yeah. You guys can duke it out then, because I have not played it, so I have no experience. So yeah, I think that covers just about everything. So yeah, quick recap for those of you who missed it. I mean, we've talked about it pretty much constantly for the last 40 minutes, but quick recap. 2.1 is a lot smaller than we expect. No talk about quality trains, quality platforms, or thruster stacking. Just them saying it's going to be a lot smaller than we think. And yeah, 2.1 beta. Like, someone was joking like last stream that 2.1 is going to be out like June 7th or something. And I fucking, immediately knew he was trolling. Like, he was saying, like, Woom announced it. And I was like, yeah, I immediately knew he was trolling. And I'm like, yeah, you got to put in more effort if you're going to try to troll like that. And he winds up being more right than wrong. And he was just ass talking. Because I was saying, like, no, it's not coming till October. And he was like, it's June 7th. Like, turns out it's closer to June 7th than October by a pretty big margin. He was 2 weeks off. I was 5 months off. 4 months off. But yeah, it does very much look like, that you shouldn't get your hopes too high for big changes in 2.1. I'm definitely curious to know, like, what the small features they're planning on implementing is, but we'll see. I mean, that probably is just going to be shit like the night vision goggles toggle that we've been requesting forever, stuff like that. It's probably what they mean by things like that. It was on one of the mods. Cringe when people turret creep with long reach. What is long reach? Better trains, thrusters aren't a bit of quality of life. I mean, I would say they're small features. That's where I'd file them under. Now, robot attrition is dumb. Wait, does SpaceX have robot attrition by default? Like, is that baked in by default? Yeah, that's just dumb. You just wind up fucking, setting up an automated bot insertion. I mean, I literally already have that circuit, right? The automated bot insertion. Where it just regulates the bots. You just have to keep it fed with material. Well, I mean, can you use, like, stacked inserters and stacked belts in SpaceX? Because I think all the arguments of, like, bots are too overpowered, like, kind of really lost a lot of its steam when they added stacked belts, right? Because belts are just so fucking high throughput compared to bots now. I think I think the current state of the game has a relatively good balance between belts and bots. It's trains that are lacking. Like, bots are good when you have a lot of different item types, but the volume is not very high. Like, if you're dealing with 50 item types, but nothing is, like, needs a ton of items, it's just a lot of different items that need to go somewhere. Like, bots are supposed to be the intended solution there. It's what they're for. When there's just too many item types to run belts, and you don't need a lot of it, like low throughput. Belts are supposed to be like medium range, high throughput. And trains are supposed to be like long range, high throughput, and also being able to handle multiple different types of items. Right? Like, you just run one train network, and then the trains carry stuff, as opposed to, having like 50 different kinds of belts. So I actually think belts versus bots in the current version of Space Age is... I think it's decently balanced. It's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be people who think something is too overpowered. But I think the only real problem is trains. Is a mod that lets you play stuff like you were Mr. Fantastic? Oh. Yeah, see, my mod knowledge is really shit. I probably wouldn't use something like that. I think the default placement distance is fine. The only problem I have with the fucking default placement distance that really pissed me off during the hamster shit is you can build things a lot closer than you can cut wood. Like, that's the one thing I always found annoying. Like here. Like, see, cannot reach, cannot reach, cannot reach. Yeah, look how close you have to be to a tree to cut it. But like, I can place something like this out here. Like, it's like that distance to cut a tree. I don't know, maybe it would be weird if you could cut a tree from that far, but I don't know. It's like, I can place something for... Make it make sense. The only space age stuff in SpaceX is elevated rail? Really? They didn't do, like, stacked belts, even? I think that's going to be one of the hardest things for me to deal with when playing modded shit. Like, not having stacked belts. Like, stacked belts is not just a high throughput, belt. Stacked belts enable a lot of different designs that are not possible with unstacked belts. Like, stacked belts allow you to do sushi at, like, even medium throughput levels, like, very well. Right? Like, I mean, you've seen it, right? Like, stacked belts enable shit like this a lot better. Like, there's, what, like 6 different item types on this belt? Yeah. Yeah, we have 6 different item types. 5. There's no copper. So yeah, I think that's going to be the hardest thing for me to get used to when we go to, like, modded shit. Is I'm going to be just screaming, where are my stacked belts? God damn it. I want to make sushi. And I can't make sushi with these fucking yellow unstacked belts, man. He made it a mandatory mod even as a bunch of obfuscated checks if you try to bypass it or refuse to listen. Okay, I'm sensing a lot of hostility here. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It definitely does seem justified. It does seem justified, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think that kind of, like... I don't agree with that either. I'm with you on that one. That kind of, like, super strict, like, trying to control everything is, yeah. I don't think that's good. I didn't know he did shit like that. So that's unfortunate that that's the way he sees things. Yeah, hardcore case of playing the game my way, yeah. Requiring a tool? Yeah. A chainsaw on a string. Boomerang chainsaw, there you go. A boomerang with serrated edges. You just throw it at a tree and it gets cut down. See? I'm an innovator too. 10 iron, 6 plus it for a long steel. Yeah. Like polearm steel axe. Like you just whip out this fucking polearm, this medieval polearm with an axe head. 8 feet long. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda like the boomerang chainsaw idea though. I mean, I'm giving you a little shit, Ravager. Don't worry about it. As I said, I agree with what you said. That I don't think like people who mod games should be trying to enforce strict restrictions on how their mods are played. I mean, modding is inherently something where you're modifying a game to your own personal taste that not everyone is going to agree with. So, like, trying to make everybody play it the exact way that you play it, I think flies directly in the face of the spirit of modding. Anyway, dude, I'll be shocked if we can clock anything today. I'm actually so out of it today. If I just shut off the stream and went lay down in my bed right now, I think I'd probably be asleep within like half an hour. But we gotta stay up. We gotta stay up. We gotta try to fix our sleep cycle. Ideally, I fix it off stream, but if it requires me to fix it on stream, then, you know, this is what I deserve. I need to travel another planet before I can to shove dynamite in a barrel. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The cliff change did affect the hamster stuff too, to a certain extent. Like, I was always adamant when we were designing the blueprint that we actually do need to keep the starter novice as small as possible. Because if it winds up getting too big, it'll just run into cliffs. And then you'll wind up having to make, like, heavy modifications in a speedrun build. Which defeats the point of a speedrun, right? So yeah, when I was designing this, I was very adamant about it being, you know, as compact as possible, as small as possible. Because we did have one or two runs, not many, but out of the hundreds of runs we did did have a couple where like we ran into cliffs, especially around the power. And I had to like, you know, modify things in order to make them work. You can nuke the cliff. Yeah. Yeah, and like the whole heated reactor thing is so fucking convoluted anyway. I don't know. The thing with the whole hamster shit is we get off novice so goddamn fast that it doesn't really bother me anymore. Like, I'm literally off novice in like 3.5 hours. And, you know, ideally we go to Fulgora first, but, you know, if you really wanted to, you could go to Vulcanus first too. It might be the weekend after that, John, because, like, my sleep cycle is, like, super fucked up. It's been fucked up for a couple weeks. I'm basically completely inverted right now. Like, usually I wake up, like, 4 or 5 hours before the stream. You know, I have plenty of time to, like, chill and, you know, maybe make a YouTube video or fucking, like, just read stuff or like, you know, do whatever until the stream starts. I stream and then I make dinner and I crash right after the stream. And that's like my normal schedule and that's the good schedule. But I'm completely inverted right now where I'm like waking up immediately before the stream. And then the stream ends and I can't sleep. And I'm just, instead of sleeping at like 6, 7 a.m., I'm sleeping at like 1 or 2 in the afternoon. And then I'm waking up, like, right before the stream. Or even worse, like what happened yesterday is I didn't wake up at all. I basically died. Yesterday I didn't wake up till, like, midnight. And I almost started the stream at midnight. Just to try to do the clocking, and I was like, you know, my brain is too fried. I'm not going to be able to clock anything. I mean, my brain is fried today regardless, but yeah, today I actually managed to drag myself out of bed. But yeah, I'm going to try something different today, and hopefully I get to sleep right after the stream and we're back to normal. Because this is getting ridiculous, you know. I'm missing too many days. When I do stream, the streams are shorter than they should be. And I wind up just streaming for longer anyway. Even when I get on late, like if I get on at like 10 p.m., I'm like, okay, I need to end at 4 a.m. so I can try to get to sleep. And I just wind up streaming till 6 a.m. anyway. Like, anytime I stream for like less than like 7 hours, I feel like I'm just in the middle of working on something when it's like, you know, time for me to go to bed or when I should be going to bed. And I'm like, I'm not tired, and then I just stay up working, and the cycle continues. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. Unfortunately, there's only going to be 3 days this week. I remember when this stream used to be 5 days a week. And it fucking should be. But I'm just messed up. World might have been better off without DuPont. Yeah, them and dozens of others. Till 1800 miners use nuclear bombs to mine coal. Well, tell that to the Germans. I heard they love blowing up their countryside for coal. Strip mine everything. Tear down the Black Forest. No, I don't want to start clocking. I'm going to keep sitting here and yapping about how fucked up my sleep cycle is so I can avoid clocking. Alright, let's go fucking do it. Give me that. Okay. So I'm thinking we do 2 different versions here. One with the electric engines. One with the electric engines, or not the electric engine. Whatever the fuck these are called. One with the frames being double inserted without clocking. I mean, what's the output capacity? Hold on. Wait, I need to make sure this is the exact one before we even start working on it. It should match. Yeah, it is. I mean, just put it down anyway. That way we can be 100% sure. Alright, give me you and you. And you guys. I feel so sluggish right now. I really am, just like half asleep. This is not good. Not good. Okay. So we've already converted it to, we've already converted it to medium pulse. I think we clocked the top half first. And then worry about the bottom half at the end. Okay, so the first obvious issue with clocking is that these two are inserting directly onto the belt. We don't want that. I'm not sure how we can easily change that. Let me grab one from one of the upper ones. Huh. Well, we already have our first problem. What if I move it so this is on the outside? Like that? I don't think it can be like that. Won't reach. Yeah, that has to. Oh fuck! It really doesn't reach. Hmm. We have a problem. We have a problem. Oh god. This doesn't reach either, does it? No, it does not. And that can't be any longer. That can't be any longer. I mean, I guess I can do something like that. That works. Eight. 8 on everything. Yeah, it's 8 on everything. A total of 16. Hey, like I'll shorten the output side loading. Yeah, I think I did exactly what you're describing, yeah. Turn directly into the underground, yeah. I have one tile of play. Oh, I can't do both. Yeah, I can shorten it top or bottom, not both. I was trying to see if I could do it with keeping the belts in the same position. I don't think I can. I think we have to swap the belts positions. How annoying is that going to be up here? If this has to go further to the inside. Is that even gonna work? If I do... like that, with batteries. Yeah, that'll work. The batteries will side load onto the top, and these will go to the bottom. Yeah, we can move that. And that goes fully on the inside. If I can move the inserter picking up closer to the underground hood. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean there. If you can move the inserter picking up this one? Closer to the underground hood? Me no sure what you mean. Dude, my brain is cooked today, and even if it wasn't, I'm still not sure I would understand what you mean. I understand exactly what you meant. Why am I the only one? If you can move the inserter picking up closer to the underground... What? a month ago about the UG hoods enforcing transport lines. Oh, that stuff. So you're saying move this up or down a tile? Down and move it like that? Is that what you're saying? You're fucking ruining my aesthetics, by the way. You're ruining my aesthetics. It was all nice and symmetrical, and now, like, you know... but the aesthetics, man. I don't think you won't need more underground. It connects regardless. Use a double. I'm not gonna lie. In this particular case, I'm picking my symmetry. Fuck it. Keeping my shit symmetrical. Okay, we need to modify this now. Very gross. Hideous. Absolutely hideous. He's repulsive. That should be good. Yeah. At some point, we gotta draw a line. A line must be drawn here. No further. But yeah, I don't know what you mean. It is some... Oh, shit. You need to move out. Okay, and we remember the last one needs a longer thing, so what we're going to do is we're going to do this little thing that we did on some other builds. Because this can just end here. Alright, there we go. Basically, by putting the underground there, the line break gets tracked for a shorter amount of time. That's optimization. It's a good optimization, by the way, for those of you who are wondering. Like, it's not a bad thing to do, but that's also pretty small. I don't know, mods. This is vanilla. This is just the editor. Just open a sandbox. This is the editor. Yeah, it's default game sandbox. You just open a sandbox, press yes on every option, and then open console and type editor. That's it. How do you get it to produce materials? Are you talking about the infinity chests? Once you open the editor, you can press E, and there'll be a new tab which has all the infinity stuff. That's how. Tilde. Yeah, I mean, I can't type it because it just opens the console. But that one. Alright, I mean, what can we even fucking clock here? Definitely everything in here. Definitely not these. Not these. $10-11 beacon. Oh no, I mean the thing is, like, I'm planning on making 2 builds here. Like, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do one that is just like a 1-to-1 here. I think that's gonna have a slightly higher ratio. Yeah, that'll give you 10. Yeah, 10 on both. If we do it like that, I'm just gonna do both, and we'll just UPS test them against each other. I mean, I don't think there's like any way we're gonna win the competition, because like some of the people in A-Book's Discord are like, you know, for lack of better words, pretty autistic about like making the absolute most UPS efficient designs possible, and some of them are pretty good at it. But like, it's about marginal improvements, right? It's like the rail intersection I designed. Like that's a good example. Like my rail intersection was like 95 or so TPM. Like there's intersections that have slightly higher like TPM, but they compromise like other things, right? Like if you go to the intersection thread, mine is like the 8th one down or like 9th one down or something. But when you actually compare the differences, it's like the ones that are better are like 1 or 2 TPM better, and they sacrifice like a lot of other shit to get it. It's kind of the same deal here, right? I'm fine not having the absolute best build possible. But if we can get one that's like, 98, 99%, 97% as good as the best build possible, then I'm happy. The top 1.1 intersection? What, like one of the 8-lane ones or something? You're so glad the new FFF came out so we don't get better trains, Purple Science? Well, we might get better trains. But yeah, like, any big change to Purple Science? Yeah, forget about it. I think they would have mentioned that. Oh, Jesus. I'm cooked today. We just need to clock this, and I need to just try to sleep. And then we can maybe start, like, super early tomorrow or something. Oh, I feel like we haven't heard this one in a while. What is probably the oldest song on the playlist in terms of date that it was sung. No further sense. What the fuck? This is the top one? Oh my god, I can't find it. See, the thing is, like, this is the thing with me. Even if this is the absolute best intersection, I would never use it. Because it just fails other design criteria that I have, right? Like, having it be, like, chunk aligned, having power poles at regular intervals. Like, here. This is, like, a good example. So, yeah, if you go through here, it shows, all the best intersections, 114, 113, all these. And some of them are pretty decent looking, but they're also huge. Like 184 by 184 kind of shit. Like they're actually enormous. And if you scroll down, a bit, then you'll eventually find mine. There we go. Oh wait, no, this was the guy who modified mine. Yeah, some guy he even named it after mine. Like, he basically took it, like, made it a little messier, and got like slightly higher number. But yeah, there you go. This was mine. 93.27. But as you can see, like, it has, like, even power pole spacing. So you don't have to, like, replace the power poles. It's also 3 chunks. So it's actually a lot smaller than a lot of these other ones. They didn't put the size. I think probably because I didn't specify it and they didn't, check it themselves. But yeah, for example, like this one's smaller, but it's much messier, right? Like this is kind of what I shoot for when I design things. Like it may not be the absolute best in terms of throughput, but it's very competitive. And you're never actually going to hit this level of throughput in a real game anyway, right? Because, like, 93 trains per minute is already very high. You're talking, like, a train every, like, 1.5 trains per second entering the intersection. Like, it's already very high. But yeah, as I said, like, you can get, like, better by going bigger or uglier. Or by having, like, a non-standard, like, design, I thought this one was pretty clever. But again, like, non-standard design. It's not chunk-aligned. Like, chunks are, what, 32? So mine is 96, yeah? This one actually is, oh no, it's just short. Yeah, chunk is 32. So it'd be 64 by 96 would be chunks. But yeah, as you can see, like, a lot of the other ones are just, like, way bigger, like 130 by 130. 130 by 130. 127. This one's smaller, but he's got no room for power poles, It just depends on what design constrictions you want to impose on yourself. Right. But I'm fine, as I said, having designs that are, like, very good, but do more. Right? Like, that's kind of, like, what I aim for. That's my philosophy. Yeah, that too. Yeah, usually when you have high throughput, it's from a specific direction. Yeah, I mean, that's what people also don't realize. Like, roundabouts, even just a roundabout, I'm talking like an actual roundabout, the thing that people always say, like, is bad. Like this. These are much higher throughput than people think they are. Like way higher. Like, this is about, like, 40 TPM. And that's, like, the simplest, dumbest roundabout you can possibly make. And that's, like, 40 TPM. This is, I said, around 93. So this is like a little more than double this, but 40 TPM is already very high. Like 40 TPM is almost a train per second already. Like in most bases, in most cases, you won't even exceed the capacity of like a regular roundabout. Unless you're like really spamming nothing but one button trains or some shit like that. Or the benchmark thread doesn't do anything. The one thing that irks me about the benchmark thread is they don't differentiate between ones that have proper power pulse spacing and ones that don't. Like, when I originally designed this intersection, I was not looking to make an intersection. I, like, had criteria that I wanted. I was like, okay, I want a 4-way intersection for 2 lanes that has power poles at chunk intervals. These are at chunks. Every power pole is on a chunk border. Like here, if I open that, you can see very clearly fits exactly into 3x3 chunks. Everything is chunked. The power poles are, it's like perfect chunk alignment. The roundabout takes up 2 chunks. The diagonals get a little weird, but they're fucking diagonals. What can you do? And yeah, everything is as even going to elevated. It's all completely chunk aligned. And the power poles are like cleanly on every chunk thing. I don't have power poles in the elevated part because the assumption was that you would do the elevated parts on Fulgora and you don't have foundation at that point, so you can't like put them in. But since we don't do rails on Fulgora anymore, there's an argument for me adding them back in at this point. Right? I really enjoyed designing this. And as I've said many times before, Factorio is a puzzle game. It's about figuring out the puzzles, and this was probably one of my favorite puzzles. I really enjoyed making this rail system. There were some fun pieces to design, you know. Like the elevated intersections. Like basically the same thing as the grounded ones, except the entrances. Except they're inverted, right? Instead of like entering on ground level and then everything going up above. This enters at a higher level and then the interchange part goes down below. But yeah, clean chunk alignment, power poles, you know. Everything just snaps together so fucking clean. Like, it's so much fun just to play with this in the sandbox. Because everything's so damn clean. But I've, like, never really used it much. Like, this is the one thing I'm looking forward to using in, like, modded Factorio. I'm looking forward to actually finally using my rail system properly. And I also want to design, like... I want to design, like, the ultimate fucking, like, train system. And I want to design, like, the ultimate train system for generic trains that, like, you know, you set, like, how many trains you want of each type to have material, and then, like, they're always there in the depot with material. And then it'll just send a generic train to get, like, the material if you don't have the material. It's going to be a lot of circuitry and a real pain in the ass to design, but yeah, it's the one thing we never did. It's, like, the one big thing we never did because I wound up using a relatively simple system in the last Megabase, and because there weren't that many different materials being transported by train. But if we have, like, a lot of different materials being transported by train, then yeah, a generic system would be nice. Because then you wouldn't have to worry about adding trains of a specific type. You just have, like, an indicator that tells you if there's not enough trains in the system. And then you have, like, another control panel which sets how many trains of each material type, like, you know, are stored at the depot. Or just set one number for everything, you know. Kind of thing. But I don't know, it's something we got to think about a lot more because, you know, where depots are located relative to your production, it has a pretty big impact on train delivery time. Yeah, we talked about it for like almost an hour, John. Like starting at about 15 minutes into the stream. Yeah, we talked about it pretty extensively. With your wiggly... Yeah, I've seen your degenerate rail system. I'm happy with mine. Like, I'm happy with my segments. Like, there maybe could be a couple other pieces I could design for this, but I don't know. Like, I tried to keep it relatively minimalistic. And, you know, I think I did a good job. Where'd it go? Yeah, there, you got the half and half one too as well. Don't use that one very often. And obviously I don't have an intersection for it. This was meant for making, like, larger stations. Like, when you had to break off, like, multiple trains. So you weren't using one of the pre-made stations, you know, you were using one of the larger ones. I can't remember. I like fucking never use. I should probably just remove those, honestly. Anyway. All this just avoid clocking. LTN kind of stuff. I've never actually used LTN. So, like, I don't know what all LTN does, but yeah, like, from what I've heard about it, yeah, essentially setting up, you know, a full generic train system. But without mods, just using circuits and the stuff in game. It's a pretty complicated and involved thing to do. "12-tile grid snap." I like chunks. I like chunks. I used to shit talk other rail systems by saying, you know, people who snap to anything other than chunk do so because they weren't. They tried to design to a chunk and then failed. And then they were like, yeah, well, I guess it doesn't fucking matter what size the grid is anyway. That's kind of how I see it. If you can design to a chunk for a rail system, you should do it. It just makes things nice and simple, especially with the power pole length. Right? So... Anyway, clocking. There's so few buildings in here. Like, I kind of think we're gonna test the raw one. Here, let me create some space. In my blueprint book. I don't remember whose this was. I don't remember whose this was. I'll just stick it in here for now. I have so many purple fucking builds. Okay, so let's blueprint this. So that'll be our baseline. Because I'm not sure how much clocking is going to improve things. Like, these will definitely get improved. Is the lead follower even a good idea here? I'm wondering if I should just try to use the tool to clock this section alone. Oh god, where'd it go? I guess the target is electric engine unit. Let's say 22 across 2. Now watch it fail. Well, that's a new error I haven't seen before. Inserter filter electronic circuit is not a valid item for sync entity 2 of type machine. Like, what? Sync entity 2. Sync entity 2. Bro. Whatever, we'll just do it manually. Fuck it. Start with the output. Oh wait. Copy it first. Where'd you go? Do, 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 do. The engines have the green circuits inserted into them. This one? Oh, I see. Yeah. It's getting fucked up because of that, yeah. It really should know to ignore that, though. That's really stupid that it would error out like that. So what, I need to, like, split belt 2 up? Like, out of belt. And then make you just electronic circuit. And then remove it from here. So 2 is steel, 7 is electronic circuit. 2 is steel. Like that. Oh, can I just remove the filters? Oh, maybe. I didn't think of that. I'll try that if this doesn't work. Okay, that didn't work. Just remove that. And that. And that and that. Oh shit, it actually worked! It's not even that long of a period, is it? Yeah, that's fine. Whoops. That's a lot of clock. Where am I going to put all these combinators? We're going to have to get creative. It's going to get messy. Steel, electric engines, gears. Okay, first of all, do I actually want to clock all these things? Is there anything we don't want to clock? So it's steel input, yeah. This input, yeah. Electric engine output, yeah. Gear input, yeah. Pipe input, yeah. And yeah, I think I actually do want to clock all this. Okay, fuck it. Alright, here we go. Oh god. Where do we put all these combinators? When they tile horizontally, it's gonna go like that. So I guess I could just put them on the side. Yeah, I could just put them on the right side opposite the pipe. And it would be fine. Hey, Aggro, how you doing? Okay, so you're definitely not reaching. You know, I might just try to sneak him in, like, wherever the fuck I can. I'm sorry. I'm kind of wondering. I'm kind of wondering if I should have clocked like this whole thing as one big block, but I guess this can be separate. These steel inserters would have to be clocked. The thing is, this uses steel too. Yeah, no, that would be a nightmare. Yeah, if those steel inserters get clocked, it's not just to the engine, it's the electric engine, or the frames that also would use it, so that's probably not a wise idea. Probably leave those unclocked. And I guess that can just operate on a whole separate clock itself. Well, I might want to make like one more because I might screw this. I might make it shit. What does clocking do? It makes you want to quit Factorio. That's the real answer. Clocking is the point where the fun starts to give way to sheer optimization degeneracy. Basically, here's the TLDR on clocking. Inserters are one of the worst things for update time because they scan a lot of things. They scan the belts they're pulling from, they scan the machines they output into. They're an entity that has to be tracked pretty much constantly by your CPU. It's the single biggest source of update time consumption across your entire Megabase when you scale things up. Because you'll have like hundreds of thousands of inserters working. And so on. Clocking basically tells the inserter to stop scanning things. Well, not really, because it'll still scan things when it's enabled, but it only enables it according to a certain time. So basically, think of it, instead of the inserter constantly watching the belt, like right here, instead of here, better example, instead of these inserters, like, you see those white you see those white lines? That's because this inserter right now is constantly watching this machine to see if it needs more copper. And is inserting it when it needs more copper. If we put it on a clock, essentially we're just running a circuit that tells it to just activate every X seconds or on every condition. So it no longer scans things constantly. Circuits are also multi-threaded, so you're essentially shifting the load onto another core as well. So yeah, it's a big UPS optimization, and it's not inherently a complicated thing until you start to use stack inserters. Because when you start to use stack inserters, because they only swing at 16, you start to run into problems with the automated insertion limit. That's that bottom line there, automated insertion limit. Anything that has an automated insertion limit of less than 16 turns into a fucking nightmare with clocking, because you basically have to sync the outputs and inputs so that the inputs are happening when the outputs are happening, so that it keeps running smoothly. Otherwise, they can try to insert at a time when it's over the automated insertion limit. It is unable to. The output then clears the output, and then it's starved for input because the clock hasn't swung around to its next interval yet. So yeah, it's degeneracy. Pure fucking degeneracy. Dude, Chap, it's kind of wild that you just asked what clocking does when you actually, like, figured out what was wrong with the clocking tool. You were the first person to realize what was actually wrong with the clocking tool. I think you might have a natural talent for clocking, man. Which makes you the first. Yeah, he's a natural clocker, man. But yeah, because of those low automated insertion limits and the nature of stack inserters, everything has to be, like, synced up to one big fucking clock. Like, if you look at, like, a fully clocked build like this here, you can see the difference. This was done, right? I think this was done. Yeah, I remember adding the modules as the last thing. Like, compare the unclocked version over here to this. You see how much more often the white lines appear on this side? This middle section was kind of hard to clock, so that one was left alone, so ignore that. But you see, like, how often those update times are happening over here? They're pretty much constantly active. And look how much cleaner this looks over here. They're basically only activating when they need to. And again, up here, you can compare this to this. And this to this, and you'll see like a pretty big difference in activation time. It is a lot of work. It's very tedious, and I recommend people don't do it, honestly. Like, you only do it if you're, like, doing what I'm doing. You know, you've done, like, all the other major optimizations you can do in a Megabase. You know, like maximizing direct insert, using stack inserters wherever possible. You know, etc., etc. Like, it's like the final optimization, basically. But yeah, the issue happens. The reason it's a pain in the ass is once you is when things go wrong. When like, you know, the clocking tool doesn't quite work immediately and you have to like debug things, that's when it just, you know, you want to fucking like take a long walk off a fucking short pier. But this is the last build we basically have to clock, since we're not going to bother clocking like ag science at this point or anything, right? So this is essentially like the last build that we need to clock, so... this is not this steel output up here. This is, this steel input down here. So you... And please reach! What if I move you one tile down? Do you reach now? God, would they please give us longer wire reach, man? Would they please give us longer wire reach? Okay, so you have to go through there. Okay, we already have a problem. Uh-oh. See, this is where you want to just fucking, like, off yourself. This is the point. Yeah, that's the thing. Clocking is not something you're naturally gonna, like, really run into. It's something where you're gonna interact with someone like me or someone else who's been megabasing a lot, and, you know, they're the ones that will drag you down with them. Why are you activating so infrequently? Like, that's an incredibly long period. Like, what? Yeah, why does steel only activate once? Like, it's already broken. I hooked up the first thing, and it's already fucking broken? And the automated insertion limit on that is 6 too, so I actually have to use the tool. Yeah, we can't lead follower that. You don't want to lead follower anything under, like, 16 insertion limit. So what the fuck? Direct insertion is better, but, like, belts are also multi-threaded. What you should be optimizing around is least number of inserter moves per ingredient. Like, you want to direct insert wherever possible. Like, we're direct inserting the gears, you know, the pipes, etc., but we can't really efficiently direct insert the steel. You know, not if we want, like, a proper tileable design like this, right? which was one of the design criteria. So, yeah. The steel and the GC are on the belts. But yeah, you direct insert whenever possible, but you like essentially the variable you should be focusing on is minimizing inserter time. Things that are especially high volume, you want to direct insert, right? Like things that are lower volume, you want to, those can be belted and then clocked. Like you can see, these are like very high direct insert here, volume here. They're actually not flowing as fast as they should because of the shit that I just broke down here, but I don't know why this is so infrequent. Like, you definitely need steel way more often than that. Yeah, it all comes down to active inserter time, exactly. Basically, you can't really design something like this with pure direct insert on absolutely everything. You'll wind up having like really low beacon count on some of these, right? First of all, you won't have a tolerable design. Second of all, you'll have like really low beacon count on some things, and that'll just backfire in the long term. So yeah, it's about like just using your best judgment. Which would be nice if I had the ability to judge things right now, because I cannot figure out why this gave me such a low clock on steel. Give me one sec. I gotta take a piss. Alright, I'm back. How much is the... here, tell us. How much is the engine output set in the tool? I set it to 22. Because I just moused over that. It's the electric engine output that got set. Because these were 11.2 per second, and there's two of them. And that's essentially what we're clocking around here is the electric engine output. So yeah, I set it to 22 with 2 copies, which is, you know, what it is. So I don't know, man. I don't know. This is why clocking is a nightmare for those of you who are like, why does clocking suck? This is why. It's because when something goes wrong, it's an incredibly annoying thing to try to debug. Because it's not as simple as just like adding values to this. That doesn't work. It has to be all synced up right because of this low automated insertion limit, which is only 6. It's 6 on 2 of these things. Is science packed? No, of course not. Of course not. Look how much downtime is on these. Like, if these belts aren't saturated, then yeah. Like, these belts should be saturated like this. I think it's like my 4th yawn this stream. Okay, so how do we fix this? How do we fix you? Should probably add a command for that. Slow Lana is gonna put me to fucking sleep right now. Alright, what the fuck is this? We got new features. Yeah, I mean, it says like 11.3 out on these. But A-Buck's actually a pretty fucking good programmer, holy shit. He's doing all this for fun. Blah, blah, blah. Show me the intervals again. The gear is really slow too. No, it's not just the steel. Look. The gear is also like incredibly slow, like 1 insert every 10 seconds. I think I have an idea. I think I might have known what happened. Yeah, I think I might know what happened here. Okay, I don't have any circuit. Okay, give me the raw one. Just select this up to here only. And let's try... Wait, why can't I generate now? Oh. It's still only one insert. It's a shorter period, though. Yeah. I think the way I selected it, it was assuming it was getting double the inputs than what it was. That's like the only thing I can think of that we did wrong there. So hopefully I'm right. Because if I'm right, then this should work. If I'm wrong, then we're back to debugging again. Dude, every time I hear this band, I just want to queue up Tremble. I'm queuing it up after this. Okay, so let's remove you. Remove you now. And, oh, just disconnect face for now. Because it's gonna get messy. Connect you to there. Yeah. Oh, we might be okay. Okay, yeah, I think I might have figured it out. Excellent. All right, here we go. If I need to fit one more combinator, this is probably fine picking up... Well, I can move you up. Actually, can't I? Then put a second combinator in there. Like, do that. Ravager having twitching in chat because I'm adding I'm increasing the length for the underground. The Ravager optimization, yeah, that just barely reaches, and now we can put another combinator there. Yeah, when we deploy the new purples and yellows, we just need to tear down the old builds completely. There's too many changes. Okay, and then we have gear and pipe. You know, I might want to do... Actually, hold on. I think I can avoid going through the power pole. If I put this, like... Put this where? Put this where, asshole? Where? Whatever, just go there. And then through there. Let's do gears and pipes now. You and you. Alright, let's give the system a full reset and make sure that part works before we hook up the rest. Yeah, you can already see the white line reduction. Looks good. We have our output. Oh. Oh, still looks good. Alright, let's finish it up then. Oh, where the fuck am I putting these combinators? I need to make this belt go under. Yeah, I need some room. And you are these. Hopefully that reaches. Oh, thank fuck. What does it feel like it's not getting enough electric engines now? Or like it just barely is? I don't like how that belt is like empty. I mean, I still seem to be getting enough, just barely. At the right time, but like, yeah. But you guys run like constantly, don't you? Maybe I should have put in 11.2 instead of 11. I didn't think the 0.2 would matter. Because like when you clock things, they usually run a little lower than max speed anyway. I mean, it's running so close to max speed regardless. I mean, it's saturated. That's the thing. For all my bitching and complaining, it is actually saturated. But yeah, I don't like how the belt's not compressed. It only needs 20 total so back eventually. I mean, God, it's a long eventually, though. But thanks for doing the math. One of these days I'll install the mod myself instead of relying on you for those numbers. But thanks for being there. And force it? Yeah, we can force it back up. Oh yeah, the website, yeah. Yeah, I need to use it. I mean, that's like the only time I need it, though. Is like when I need the like numbers for stuff like that. Like all the other numbers I can get from in-game and calculator. But when it comes to figuring out like total amount of material like a build is using. Let me just fix this right now because we're going to be copy pasting a bunch of them. That just leaves you. And you govern GC into there. So I'll probably just use the green wire there for that. Alright, this part should now be fully clocked. Yeah, you can see. For all you clocking newbies out there, look at the difference here. And how many white lines you see, and look at here. Basically eliminated entirely. So basically, like, these are updating, you know, for like 10 ticks every 300 or so. These are constantly active. So the way to think about it is this is like using 1/30th the amount of insert or update time that this would use. That's why clocking makes such a big difference. Yeah, we're fully backed up still. Yay! Yay, yay, yay. Alright, let's finish clocking the top then. Holy shit, we might actually finish this before 6 a.m. today. Might. Purple took like the entire stream last time. Okay, where are we? Batteries. Feels awkward clocking it when it's just one inserter, but it probably is still worth it. I don't know. You've got nice automated insertion limits too, so that's like pretty simple. Oh, why did I hook it up to that? Alright, and you just enable if, wait, which one's on the left? Iron. It gets less than 16. You do the same for copper. I'm looking at another one down here. And that does. Where'd you go? Well, you can up it up to like 32, right? Yeah, much better. Took like a fucking week. Yeah, I mean, if you want to count all the time, yeah. Most of it got done on Sunday, though, fortunately. Yeah, so you seem good. Alright. The entire middle is clocked now. We're basically 1/3 done. The one thing I don't have clocked are these output inserters, but that's like much harder to clock. Like, I guess I could like read the belt. Is it even worth it? Like, to just have it read that one belt segment and only activate it? Maybe it is worth it, right? Like to just do this. Read, hold, enable, if steel equals 0 or something. See, I don't know if those kind of like micro clock optimizations are worth it. Or if like the circuit overhead just adds more. It looks worth it when you look at the wake up time. Right? Like we completely eliminated it. But I do not know for sure. But I think we're gonna run with it. We can test it. You know, I kind of want to test it. So, give me a copy here. And we'll call this full clock mid-third. And then on this, we'll remove these. Well, I mean, I can just remove that whole section. Let me just grab it from the raw. And we can test this as no middle micro clocks. So it's this one, and this one. We're gonna test. I screwed up something here. Here, copy it from like there down. What happened here? Okay, so this is no microclocking. This is with microclocking. And we'll benchmark those in a UPS sandbox in a bit. And see. But let's finish the other clocks that we know for 100% sure we're going to do. And it takes the blue chip some time to back up. Here, let me just force a backup here, so I can see how long they truly activate. Shouldn't I do these like I did the steel? Yeah, instead of reading the machine, they should read the belt. And only output when there's space on the belt, right? Let's look how long they're active for. And just enable if, battery equals 0 on that little segment, yeah. Let me let it back up again. I'm actually not sure which is better. Yeah, I really don't know what's better. Should we read the machine and have the inserters activate when there's 32 or more? Or should we read the belt and have the inserters activate where there's space? Because either way, they wind up scanning the opposite thing. If we read the machine and then activate it at 32, then they have to scan the belt to see if there's space. And if we read the belt and activate when it's 0, then they have to scan the machine to see if there's enough batteries. My instinct wants to say this way is better, but this is such a small optimization, I'm not sure it'll even show up in testing. I mean, I'm not even sure this will... The difference between these two will show up in testing. It might just be super close. Any difference obfuscated by the noise. I think this feels a bit better though. Because most of the time the belt's backed up, right? So most of the time they should just be shutting up. Okay, what else are we doing up here? Okay, let's make a list. Blue chip output for sure. Green chip to red chip, and red chip to blue chip probably. A copper wire to red chip as well. And lastly, probably plastic to red chip. Yeah, you see this shit? Where it's like they're just constantly outputting, but they're like in the hold position. I mean, it shows as inactive though, right? Like, it's showing the red circle. Does anybody know if that uses update time or not? Does anybody actually know? Like, when they're in this state, when they're in the output state, and like holding it over the belt, because the white line would imply that they're active, but then the red circle implies that they're not. Yeah, I mean, it's got the red circle. I mean, it's the opposite of what I have here right now. Coney, do you think this is worth it with what you know about clocking? Do you think doing shit like this is worth it? Like, read the belt. And if the belt is empty, output the battery. Is that worth it? Or should I just let them be? Like, let them go naked? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I'm not even sure we'd be able to tell in a test, like, I don't know, maybe if I did, like, a specialized test, like, just testing that, and I put down literally 1,000 of them or something. But if I just put down 2 builds, one with it and one without it, like, it's such a small thing in the grand scheme of the build that I don't know if it would even show up. Don't think you need to sideload? What, the batteries? I mean, I guess not, since they're getting side-loaded down below. Doesn't really matter, though. These, I don't know. It's like the opposite. If we're judging by the white lines, these are worse. If we're judging by the red circles, these are worse. Like, clock it at all? Or just clock the bottom half? Like, you mean like doing like any clocking whatsoever? Or I mean, I've heard Abuck mention it. I've talked to him about it before too. In like DMs. About yellow size specifically. But I thought like that mainly referred to like the electric RoboFrame shit. I mean, either way, I was already planning on making multiple versions and testing them. Like, we're gonna test the raw version, the one without the micro clocks, and then the one with the micro clocking. And we'll see. But like, I mean, this is just me like trying to figure out whether these micro clocking optimizations are worth it. I don't know, we need to just test in the sandbox. Maybe we should just go now. We have too many questions and not enough answers. Yeah, let's just go do it. So this is a no mid micro. And then we have this which is mid micro. Alright, let's go test these. This is enough speculation. We need results. Do I have a UPS? Oh god, thank fuck I do. Last touch 2 months ago. Okay. So we're going to do the standard method, which is to put down like 100 of the build. Let me turn that shit off so I can actually see. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 'Why does it say 49? Did I overlap one at one point without realizing it? On the right side, why does it say 49? Because there are only 49? Okay. Wait, what happened here? Oh, it didn't get placed. The last part didn't get placed down properly because of the map generating. Yeah, I shouldn't have made it as wide as I did. Here, let me generate the map here. Yeah, it didn't fucking render, yeah. Alright, so we're testing 100. So that's 100 yellow builds. And they should all be nice and saturated. And the way we test this, for those of you who are new to this, is we have a completely empty sandbox. Nothing in it but these builds. We let it run for a bit. Let it get nice and saturated. And then what we do is we go zoom in on a part of the map there's nothing on. Juice it, and then we look at this number. And then we write it down. Be back in an hour? Alright. So it's like 6:30, 6:40. It's dipping a little sometimes. That looks like 6:40 to me. Yeah, we'll say 6:40. So raw is about 6:40. It's really... Oh, I need to shut that off. Maybe 6:50? Yeah, let's say 6:50. Seems to have stabilized closer to that. Okay. And that's raw. That's no clocks. At all. Nothing. Alright, so now this is no mid microclocking. 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is, dude. My brain is just. I can't do things today. All right, that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. That's 100 now. Give it some time to saturate. Wait, what is ABUC type testing? I don't even know what his testing methods are. This is how I've always done it. This is how me, Vader, like, yeah, this is how we've always done it. Just made the most sense. Bro, there's no way it's actually worse. It's actually worse. And I would do anything to be liberated from clocking. It's basically the same, arguably a little worse. But I won't clock that. It's like very slightly better. It's so fucking slight, though. Yeah, what is ABUC style in Good Eye? Because I kind of fucking assumed he did the same thing I did. It's like barely better, man. Like, I can maybe write down a 660, but I feel like I'd be stretching it. So this was no mid. This was the second one. Yeah, no mid. But this has like everything else clocked. You can't describe it? That fancy, huh? That fancy. Yeah, I mean, I can write down 660, I guess. It's very slightly better. Alright, let's check the micro. I think I'm going to set up like 1,000 instance test of this one thing as well, since we really want to know the answer to that. But, like, as I said, I'm not sure we're even going to be able to functionally tell the difference. Alright, that's 5... 10, 20, 30, 40, Give it some time to settle. I don't know, man. I just seem to have made it worse. Honestly, I'm about to just clock, like, science output only, and that's it. It's like the same, man. It's like the fucking same. There's so little difference. Despite how much work we did, there's so little difference. Like, I'm literally just about to clock yellow side output only and be like, fuck it, that's good. I don't know what else to do. It's made, like, no fucking difference. Like, at all. Like, you could say that, I mean, this one's oscillating so much. Like, I feel like the oscillations are bigger with the more clocking. It's actually harder to tell because it's oscillating so fucking hard. Like, where I can't just eyeball an average as easily as the others. Like, I'm seeing like 630, 690. It's just all over the place. Like, the other ones were more stable. It was like oscillating between, like, 650, 670. So we put down 660. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to put, like, fucking anything over 650. Maybe 660. I don't know. That just makes it the same as the other macro. Oh, I want to fucking... I'm becoming a clocking skeptic right now. I want to test purple. I want to test our OG purple against the clocked version. Just to make sure, we actually have been making progress. And not just fucking treading water. Yeah, damn, I have to set up the inserts. let's do the pipes first. You are... Damn it. Nope, you're not flooding it with parameter. Iron. Copper. Give me you. Oh my god, I can't do anything right today. Okay, you are petroleum, you are coal, and you there. And then we need to set up, stone. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Okay, so this is purple, unclocked. Clockless. That's 2. Gotta be a bit more careful when placing these down. Those pipes can't connect. 4. 6. 8. 10. 20. 30. What? Oh, it's a wider build, isn't it? So that's exactly 30, right? Yeah, it's 30. We'll just do 90 on the purple. Just make it simple. Just do 90. UPS tests are always relative anyway. You're always comparing one build against another. They're always relative. Alright, so that's 90. Yeah, look how much more. You can tell. You know how I always say, like, purple takes up so much more UPS than every other build? This is a good time to finally visualize it. Like, I'm already getting, like, FPS drops just looking at this. Not the UPS drops yet, but yeah. Like, the rendering engine is not happy. This is an OG purple. Okay, I remember the modules need to back up before it fully smooths out, so let's give it a minute. So this is unclocked. I mean, it should smooth out. Why are there still gaps? Why are there still gaps, bro? God, this had the shitty outputs and everything. It really should not have gaps right now. I need to just delete that blueprint. You're all good, right? Yeah, you have enough stone. What are you missing? Well, I think he just needs more time. Yeah, it's like the modules need to back up. Here, let me just run it for a bit. I think this one just needed a lot of time. Like the modules need to back up, and then the fucking furnaces back up after. Which is harder. I consider purple to be harder to design because you have to route so many fucking stone belts. Purple is the only novice design I have that's not tileable. Every other like beacon sharing tileable. I mean, on all the other designs, blades can share their side beacons with adjacent blades. Saves a bit on modules and power technically. Purple doesn't have that. Yeah, it's less than 2. Which just makes it's such a good illustration of when I say purple uses like the most UPS of any non-Prometheum science. This is what I mean. Like we are literally proving right now that purple uses over twice the UPS yellow does, despite yellow having significantly more complexity in terms of number of products and number of inputs. Purple at the end of the day is just copper, iron, you know, the petroleum coal and the plastic, but that's in like a lot of things. But yeah, like copper, iron, plastic source, and then just a shitload of stone. Yellow takes no stone, but it takes like acid, lube, something else I'm forgetting. Let's see if it's backed up now. Yeah, it is. I just needed time. Yeah, it's fine. I just needed time. We were panicking for no reason. But yeah, if we look at this, yeah, it's very steady at about 260. It's just the sheer number of objects, the sheer number of items, all the fucking stone. It's so much stone. As I keep saying, it's not Factorio Space Age, it's Factorio Stone Age. I don't think it's happening, man. Oh yeah, fuck, I need to add that to the list. Where's my DM Sakonage? Because he's the one compiling it. Yeah, so yeah, we're at a pretty steady 260 there. Okay. All right, if we put down 90 of the if I put down 90 of the clocked version of purple and it's not actually better, I'm ending the stream right now and crying myself to sleep. Because it will have meant everything was for nothing. What does clocked mean here? It's like when you get punched in the head really hard, right? Like, you know, like someone got clocked in the head. Same thing, basically. Okay, well, let me just copy from 3. That'll be easier. So that's 3, 5, 7, 9, and then add one more. That should be 10, right? Yeah. $10, $20, $30. Clock just basically means to like circuit control your inserters for update time. I need to add a command for that. What is clocking is becoming the new... Originally it was, what are those robot lines? That was the OG ever-present question. Then it became, what are the trees for? Now it's becoming, what is clocking? Being the question that I have to answer every hour. Alright, let's give it some time. Oh yeah, there's definitely an effect. Maybe not as big as I would have liked. I'd say like 290, 300. Yeah, I mean, it's a jump. It's not as big a jump as I thought it would be. Especially because I thought we did a decent job clocking purple, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to do about yellow, man. I don't know what to do about yellow. Like, it actually does not seem like clocking it is fucking worth it at all. Like, maybe we just take the raw version and we clock the output. What did I change? Like, actually? It's like a lot. It's all these circuits. You see this, that, all these fucking circuits. They're controlling how frequently everything activates. this shit. And then this shit, which runs all the way down. The other one didn't have any circuits. Yeah, I'm actually gonna make a command. Hold on. Hopefully it's not too long. Okay, it looks like it wasn't too long. Well, apparently it's too long for YouTube chat. Dude, what is the character limit on YouTube chat? That got cut off so early. Like, holy shit. So yeah, I'm definitely thinking right now that we maybe just clock only the output on Yellow Science, like literally only clock the output inserters. And that's it. Yeah, Nightbot W. Dude, I'm telling you, YouTube is so, like, ass for, like, streaming controls and shit. And in terms of, like, extra third-party programs. Like, ability for me to moderate chat. Tools like Nightbot. Etc. Like, YouTube streaming is so ass. YouTube dashboard doesn't even fucking load half the time. And it doesn't even have, like, a real dashboard the way Twitch does. Like, Twitch sure isn't fucking perfect. You know, we all have our complaints about Twitch, but... Like, you don't really realize how good Twitch is until you try to stream on YouTube, and you're like, oh my god. It's just worse in every way possible. Attach a command? Yeah, that probably would be better, but... I don't know, man. I've been saying I'm going to make more YouTube videos for 2 months. I have a list of like 10 that I want to make, and... they ain't getting made, man. Alright, so we're just going to work on Raw then, I guess. What can these buffer up to? In here. Yeah, see, these only buffer up to 16. These only buffer up to 16, so there's, like, not even a point in fucking, there's not even a fucking point in, maybe we should just test the other design. The 10 beacon versus 8 beacon? Maybe we should just do that. Yeah, the evil text, man. I don't know, I prefer text to, like... I mean, unless something needs to be visually explained, like, I don't know. I prefer text to, like, YouTube videos for things. You can just read so much faster than people can talk. Alright, I'm gonna make two versions. One with this layout that only has yellow science output clocked. And then one using this that, again, is the same thing. And we're going to compare both against the raw. And see which one wins. And I think that'll probably be it. Because, I don't know, man. We clocked all this. Look how many fucking combinators are in here. I clocked the whole thing. And it made, like, effectively zero fucking difference. So, yeah. I, too, am wondering if clocking is worth it. Okay, so the yellow science input or output is on, yeah, the innermost here. Okay, so I need to fix these up. The layouts are more important? Yeah, I mean, you're not going to find me disagreeing with that. Yeah, that should be good. And this said 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 16. This says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 right now. I'm just gonna fucking ratio by experimentation here. I'm being fucking lazy. Still want to do this though. This is higher beacon count. Not by much though, only like 2 of science per second. I mean, what is this? 17.9 times 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that won't be enough. It has to be one more. It'll never be enough. 17.9 times 6 is under 120. So go ahead and add one more. So yeah, if we switch to this, it's going to wind up being a bit longer than before. That's fine now. Oh well. What, you thinking it's your Discord? It feels like there's like this minimum number of inserters where if you're below that number, it's not worth clocking. Like, if the number of inserters that you're wiring up is like less than, I don't know, like 8 or so, it's probably not even worth wiring them. Would be my guess if I had to ballpark a number. It might even be higher than that, I don't know. You can lead follow? Yeah, I mean, there's that. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, in some of the simpler blades, like in red and green, I do have it connected throughout multiple blades. Like, it's like one blade is kind of like the lead blade, and every other blade is like slave to it. The problem with that is it becomes very complicated once you start having lots of wires. You know, when you have like 2 wires running between blades, it's fine. When you have like 8 or 10 or even more wires running between blades, it quickly turns into a nightmare. But yeah, that is a valid point. I don't know. Let's just, let's do this. Okay, so on this one, so this is basically the raw. And all we're going to do is clock the output. Which is actually very simple. Because you make it 16.1 per second maximum. And an inserter swings 16 at a time. So we could just set up a simple clock to swing once every 60 ticks. And hook it up to that. So just make my life easier, do this. Yeah, it's already set to 60 by default. Get rid of the reset, we don't care about that. And then go ahead and set this up. And set you to clock equals 0. I'll put you. Give me, where'd you go? Any one of you. Okay, so this is output only. This is it. This is the last thing. This is literally the last thing I have to clock, potentially for the rest of my fucking life. Red is clocked, green is clocked, blue is clocked. Okay, gray could maybe use a little improvement, but I'm not even sure if it can be improved because of what we discovered with yellow science, right? Like, we would need to test it. But yeah, there might be some minor improvements there. Purple is clocked as well as it can be. That just leaves yellow. As far as off-world sciences go, Fulgora is already clocked, and we're not bothering with ag. Yeah, Aquilo and Vulcanus are clocked somewhat. Aquilo's better than Vulcanus. It's getting fucked up. Even with that simple ass clock, I managed to fuck it up. Dude, 2.1 is gonna have like nothing. I'm sure you saw the news too, but like, there's like nothing. Like I was kind of getting, you know, when we heard about the quality trains, I thought that we might be getting a lot in 2.1, but yeah, it's like fucking nothing. It's like, it seems like quality trains is going to be like the only substantial thing we get in it. So yeah, I'm a little underwhelmed with 2.1, but yeah, it looks like they're pretty happy, relatively speaking, with the current state of Factorio. And a lot of the devs want to go work on other games now. Which is obviously, you know, understandable. I just hope they axe thruster stacking, honestly, at this point. It's like the one thing I hope they change, but I don't know. We shall see. Alright, seriously, how did such a simple clock break it? You output 16 per second, your stack size is 16. Just gonna lower it very slightly to like 55. And that actually might have done it. Yes, military is actually one of the current active sciences. It's used for both physical bullet damage and laser damage. Like, those two in robot speed are arguably the only three that even do anything at this point in Megabasing. I guess you could factor in mining prod too, but you know, mining prod is already covered by doing robot speed, because everything used in mining prod is also used in, or you know what I mean? Yeah, everything used in mining prod is used in robot speed already. You also expected 2.1? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, call me tinfoil, but I almost feel like the FFF was like a response to me. Because I was the one, or one of the ones, after the quality train announcement, I was going like, oh, 2.1 might be like actually pretty big. I was expecting an October release, and I was thinking like, oh, like the reason they're taking so long is because we're going to see some like more substantial changes. That's what I was saying last weekend, after we found out about the quality trains. And then they're like, nope, shut up, Hobbit. You're wrong. It's only going to be minor shit and bug fixes. Stop misleading people. Yeah. Unfortunate, honestly. Train limits was a small change? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they're considering to be small changes, but I don't know. We'll take a look at the experiment. I mean, it looks like they're going to put it out for public pretty quickly here. So we talked about it earlier, but just to reiterate, like, I'm not going to bother like trying to get into like the super closed beta or anything. Like, it's going to be hitting, you know, experimental for everybody in like a month, and it's going to be up there for several months, so we'll just look at it then. You know, take a break from DSP or whatever we're playing at the time, but just glance at it. But I probably won't be starting like a new Megabase for 2.1, obviously. Like, if I do a third Megabase, it'll be like end of the year kind of thing. Yeah, it looks like my little random change to 55 was good. Okay, trying to remember why I did 2 versions of this. Oh yeah, I wanted to test one unclocked. So this is raw shortened, and this is all right. So it's these 3 we're gonna test against the raw and wriggling, and we'll see which one comes out ahead. But first, I need to let you in yellow side 240. It's like 14, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 14. So 20, well, 14. So to finish your 100x, I mean 100x is a pretty long one. I thought of doing something like that at some point, like as a multiplayer. Like we talked about it a bit, but we never wound up doing it. I don't know. We can still do it at some point. Alright, I'm gonna split you up again. So you go here. You go here. Yeah, that does not reach. Oh, I didn't do power poles in this one. Oh, fuck. Where'd you go? Yeah, that seems like a good spot. Oh, it doesn't match on the bottom, though. Rip symmetry. Alright, we'll put him on the outside, then. Where did I have him here? Oh, I put him on the in-between the beacons. Oh, there is no more in-between anymore, though. Yeah, I can't do that over here. It literally doesn't exist anymore. You know what? Just do it, just do it here. Right below that inserter. How many hours on the save? Oh, you're asking him? It's pretty fun versus good building, yeah. The bottom underground back one. I guess I could have. Whatever. Too late now. Doesn't really matter. Alright, so clocks. You. Yeah, so you don't reach. So you go through the wires now. Well, what am I doing with this cross? Hold on. I shouldn't be doing it like this. Use only the right side if you can. That way we have the left column for something else. So yeah, just do it like that. Yeah, like they all have to go through fucking power poles. Except this is not going to reach to that. You know, I might really want to have these power poles in the middle. Hold on, I need to see, is there a spot I can put it where it'll actually reach across? That reaches across. If it's right next to the beacons, it reaches across. Okay, let's just redo it. Yeah, let's go back down to the bottom. And I'll just move the underground. Oh, fuck, I didn't mean that. And you... So there. Right, let me just set them all up and then we'll copy paste everything. So you are LDS to you. Yeah, now that reaches and that leaves the left side clear, which is good because we're going to need that for additional circuit lanes. Lanes. Alright, so that's red for LDS and shit. And you are steel and green circuits. We'll make you a green wire, and you go here. And obviously that doesn't reach either. So you are now green lane on the left side. Please reach. They need to be in the fucking middle. Yeah, the power poles need to be in the fucking middle. Like, it literally has to be, like, right here. We'll shuffle some of you around. Here, let me move you, just move some up here, why not? This is why I should connect to the power pole first. Gotta be disciplined with your fucking connections. So that when you start moving things around, it doesn't break everything. Okay. Yeah, that actually reaches. That's a long stretch, but it barely reaches. Hey, Andy. There you are. Welcome to Clocking Hell. Dude, Andy, you missed, like, the worst fucking shit, bro. Like, I spent, like, an hour plus comprehensively clocking yellow. Up here. Like, look how good it looks. Like, compare this to this. Like, just look at the middle section. That's the part we worked on. Like, look at all the wake-up calls here. To almost none here, right? You would think, like, oh, that's a good optimization, right? Nice job. Well clocked. You know? You get the clock award. Went and tested it in the fucking UPS sandbox. No difference. Literally no difference. Like, it was... literally no difference. Basically did it all for nothing. Like, we actually clocked it fully using the tool. Like, with the timer, green circuits, engines, everything. Like, everything in here is clocked. No, it literally made no difference. Check the VOD on YouTube. Like, it's actually, like, no difference. So right now what I'm trying to do is I'm testing just clocking the output only. Like, just the last stage. And I redesigned the yellow thing to be more like blue where it's 1-to-1. And we're just going to go test these. But yeah, it seems like clocking the top part, like, literally didn't even fucking help, so I don't even know. I really wanted this one to be good, because I want to submit it to A-Bucks competition thingy, but, like, fuck. I don't know, man. We have until the end of tomorrow to wrap it up. The deadline is Sunday at 4 p.m. Wait, did he specify, like, which time zone? Where's my Discord? It doesn't say a time zone, but yeah. What's the normal UPS gain? I checked purple. I checked the purple clock. Like, since I was in the UPS sandbox, I decided to check the purple. Just to see, because I was curious. Purple went from 260 UPS for 90 builds running simultaneously to 300. So about like a 10% gain. 10-12% gain. So yeah. I don't even know. Purple's a bitch though. Which competition? It's A-Buck's little like UPS competition. He's been like holding little like, you know, design a UPS efficient novice build. Submit it, see what's the best one. He's been doing it for all the sciences. I missed most of his competitions because like he did like the first like 4 while I was still working on the hamster. And then I just missed the purple one entirely. Just happened to not see it. But yeah, like the yellow one is left, and I've kind of been thinking yellow is one of the better builds we've made. You know, I'm pretty happy with how yellow turned out. So we're trying to make it even better so we can submit it, but yeah. Okay, so do that like that. Okay, so green circuits is going down the left. And I already pasted the thing, right? I think. No. There we go. And that has to reach that. That to that. And that leaves robo frames and electric engines. Okay, we're gonna... If one of these can't connect down through, I don't think any of them can. Yeah, we're gonna have to use a constant combinator on at least one. Because there's only so many wires here. Alright, we'll do red on you. So that's electric engine input with battery, right? Yeah. My favorite part is we might be doing all this for nothing. Okay, check. Check. Okay, you're left red, left green. You're the only one not hooked up. You're right red. And you're right green. Yeah, so that just leaves RoboFrame. So unfortunately we're gonna have to put a little ugly constant combinator here to connect things through. Okay. Seven, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then you like that. Let's see if I fucked anything up or not. The Whistler. clock is to control signals flow. Exclamation mark clocking will give you the answer of why we are doing what we are doing. Is it even working? I feel like something is broken. Doesn't look like it's... Is it working? Did I miss a wire? Oh no. We're in the nightmare zone. It's okay, nobody understands clocking. So you're not outputting quickly enough? Like, what is going on? Does it just need time? I swear to God, it's getting better over time. Like, that was way patchier, like, 2 minutes ago. And I haven't done anything. Yeah, maybe it is fine. Maybe it just needed some time. Just let it run for a minute. Let's see. Now it's getting worse again. And this basically looks like how it should. Yeah, it actually looks fully saturated. Maybe it is fine. Alright, shall we go test it then? Yeah, I mean, if it's fine, let's go test. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we don't need you anymore, so just give me the raw. Give me... well, minus the text. So you are... output only. You are... short raw. And you are... short clock. Alright, let's go test it. Alright, we'll test the raw again. You know, even though we tested it earlier, we'll just test it again right now. It'll only take a minute. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20, 40, 30, sorry, 40, 50, 'Alright. Crank it. Looks good. Let's zoom in down here. Give it a minute or so. So this was like 650-ish when we checked it earlier. Yeah, it looks like it's consistent. Yeah, about 650. It's going between 640 and 660. Couple dips down to 630, but also a couple spikes to 670. Yeah, 650-ish for sure. Okay. So raw, this is completely unclocked. No clock. Was 650. What launch? What do you mean, what launch? Lunch? This is output only. So this is a very simple clock that I just set to 55 because it seemed to be about right. So that's 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 'Needs a second to saturate. Alright, looks good now. Well, that's still a little there. Give it another second. Spiders, are you okay? Bro, there's like no difference. AI viewer. Dude, I actually think that's like arguably the best thing about Twitch. Like, we don't get bots on Twitch. Like, everywhere else on the fucking internet, you get bots. But the only bots we get on Twitch are, like, you know, the ones that are, like, spamming links and shit, right? You don't get, like, AI chat bots on, like, boards and forums. AstroTurfing the fuck out of everything. No, it's definitely higher. I'm seeing it spike to 700. We weren't getting that before. No, it's definitely an improvement. I know what's going on. I know what's happening with Whistler. I don't even think he'll read that. It'll be like in the future, will it? I don't know. I'll try typing to him. Yeah, he's watching a past VOD. He's watching the past VOD and he forgot he was watching the VOD in the past. He's replying to the spider seed thing I was talking about like 4 hours ago. But yeah, I don't even know if he'll see that message. Yeah, but, I mean, yeah, like on Twitch you can get like the idle view bots, yeah. But I'm talking about like chat bots. Like, you know how like Twitter and Reddit and all these other fucking sites like that are like only text? You get like shitloads of fucking like bots that just, you know, AstroTurf everything. We don't get that here. He put out a video. Yeah, he's replying in the past, I think. Can you even DM somebody on YouTube? Is that even a thing? I'm not even sure that's a thing. I feel like if it was a thing, some random would have tried to DM me by now. Yeah, it's about 670. It's a definite improvement, yeah. $670, $680 maybe. We'll be conservative and say 670. So raw equals 650. Raw simple clock equals 670. Yeah, the higher this number is, the better. Essentially, my standard way of testing is to get in a completely empty sandbox, put down 100 of the build you're testing, ramp up the speed as high as it can, and see what the game runs at. And I found it to be a relatively reliable way of testing. So yeah, the higher number, the better. But all the tests are relative, you have to remember that. All UPS testing is always relative. It's not absolute. You're always comparing one build to another. But yeah, we'll say 670. $650 unclocked, yeah. Alright, so this is the short version raw. So it no longer has the double output on the E frame, the Robo frame, but it has slightly higher beacon speed on each machine. So 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Well, we'll see. We will see. I'm pretty sure we're going to be knee-deep in DSP by the time 2.1 releases. Alright, it looks good. Let's go down to our spot. That might just be straight worse than the OG. It's like the same. Yeah, it's like 650-ish. Maybe 660? I'm still seeing a lot of 6.4x. Yeah, I'd say 660 actually. So raw short. Okay, so that means this next one might actually be a decent improvement. If this is over 700, I'm happy, I guess. I'm just kidding. I'm never happy. This is Arundel's new game. Okay. Yeah, dude, you speak at... Fucking snail speech, man. Hovering on every word. How long is this? 10 minutes. Okay, we can watch it. Okay, off music. Sorry. Okay, there we go. See, the thing is, I cannot do turn-based. I cannot, like, the FTL developers, I played a shitload of FTL, you know, even, like, recently this year I played some FTL. It's just, like, a fun game to occasionally, like, boot up and do a couple runs. Like, I have several hundred hours in that game. the FTL developers released another game called Into the Breach, which was like this turn-based tactical type shit. You know, where it's like squares and you move things around and it's like all turn-based shit. And like I bought it because it was the FTL devs, and I'm like, I have faith in them to make a good game. And it probably is a good game. I just can't get into turn-based. I get like, I don't know. I played too much RTS when I was younger. I've been poisoned. I've been contaminated by too much real time. So that the second I see turn-based, like, unfortunately, it doesn't matter how good the game is. I just can never get into turn-based. I want to play real-time shit. Like, I fucking hate the whole, like, I take a turn, then you take a turn, then I take a turn, and the limited number of moves you can make per turn. It's like, no, I don't want limited number of moves I can make per turn. Give my unit a fucking movement speed and let me move it about freely. Like, I don't know. Turn-based games are for people that literally cannot micro in the slightest. There, I said it. I said it. Turn-based games are for people with, like, literally zero micro ability. They're like, oh my god, I need to pause the game so I can control my units better. Like, I just can't do it, man. I just can't. So, yeah. Bro, we're here for the details, not your, like, you know... not for your mental blog of, I don't know. Maybe you guys are, but... I don't know. Look, I'm gonna, like, you know... Yeah, I don't think there are going to be details. No way he just mentioned Into the Breach. Holy shit! I'm psychic. I'm fucking psychic. Like, I saw him sketching it out, and the first thing that came to my mind was Into the Breach. Literally 1 minute later, he mentions Into the Breach. I can see the future. Okay, I'm no game developer, but I feel like if you're still sketching out your ideas for games and you're not even fully, like, concrete on how these games are even going to play, you probably shouldn't be concerning yourself with reusing art assets in future games. That just seems like he's trying to cook one pie and he's worried about being able to use the same ingredients for the second pie. when he hasn't even finished the recipe for the first, but I don't know. Okay, the only one of these games I've played was Into the Breach, and I already gave my opinion on it. I have not played any of these. That's right. I have not played Shadow of the Colossus either. I have Blueprints. Someone told me to buy it, and I've been meaning on checking out Noida at some point eventually. But yeah, I haven't even heard of these three. Oh, I have Antichamber. I don't think I ever finished it though. I watched someone play that once. It looked interesting, but I kind of forgot about it. Why is his name Growing Mushrooms? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I can't say I'm going to be too interested in the turn-based one, maybe the other one, but I don't know. Okay. Our secrets? Yeah, he wrote that on the in the FFF. Like he wrote he really wants to have games with lots of secrets. Oh yeah, he's absolutely fishing for investors. Yeah, he is 100% fishing for investors. And potentially maybe other people to help him develop a game. Real talk for a minute, like, to speak absolutely bluntly about the state of indie game development right now. I understand why he kind of wants to do this kind of thing. To be perfectly blunt, even lots of failed indie games right now are making people very rich. Like, if you develop a game that looks like, somewhat passable with a small team, like less than 5 people, people are desperate for games. People are desperate. Like, the majority of gamers are playing games that are at least 5 years old or even older. Right? Like, the majority of people are playing games that like weren't even released this decade. Like, Factorio technically was released what? What was Factorio release date? Oh, it was 2020. Yeah. So Factorio was like barely this decade, I guess. But like look at how many people play like shit like Age of Empires 2, classic WoW, fucking like StarCraft, Dota, Counter Strike. Even Valorant is just like Counter-Strike with abilities. I don't even know if anyone plays that shit anymore, though. Nobody I follow plays it anymore. But yeah, there's been lots of games that have released in early access with small dev teams. And because they seemed like they had potential, they seemed like they had enough hook. How is JD's fucking video like the first result for Factorio release date? Like, what? But yeah, like, I mean, you look at, like, say, something like Manor Lords, right? Like, Manor Lords released, it looked really good aesthetically. And it looked like a cute, cozy, like, city builder type game. Right? Like the graphics looked really good. On the surface, it looked like it, like, had a decent level of development. So a lot of people wound up grabbing it based on that. I was one of them. It was a single-person developer. Only one person was developing it. It was the buggiest piece of shit I have ever played. There was so much shit in the game that was just non-functional or buggy. It was just ridiculous. I played it for like 3-4 days, and I was just like, this game is just completely broken. Not to mention, like, there was lots of way too much unfinished stuff for, like, that kind of early release. And, like, just a lot of weird design decisions, like, once it got down to it. But it looked good on the surface, so it sold a lot of copies. And the guy who made it is now a millionaire. Valheim's another good example. Small dev team, not single person, but, like, really small, like, I think, like, 5 person or less or some shit like that. Released. It's a decent game. It's borderline unplayable without at least some quality of life mods. And it certainly could use... I think it would benefit from devs that were more ambitious than they currently are. But the point is, like, people are so starved for anything that's not complete garbage that, they're all basically millionaires too. Which is why the whole, like, when people talk about, like, struggling indie dev, can't fucking, my game isn't selling, having to fucking eat ramen, like, I just kind of just tune it out. Because I've seen way, way, way too many, like, half-finished games make people, like, really fucking rich. Because people are, like, super desperate for games. So yeah, what I'm saying is, even if his shit doesn't really turn out that well, like, he's probably going to make a shitload more money than he would staying at Woob. And I would guarantee that this kind of this thinking is factoring into his decision to go alone. To the point where even if he denied it, I wouldn't believe him. I just would not believe him. So yeah, I'm not saying this as a negative or a positive. I'm just saying it as a blunt observation of the state of gaming and how desperate people are for new games. So yeah. Hey, Martin. Valheim is so good. It has a really good core. I wish it had more, though. Like, I don't know. I wish it had, like... I wish it had just, like, more horizontal content. I wish the default quality of life wasn't so bad. The devs are incredibly stubborn about having, like, zero quality of life. Like, Valheim is basically unplayable without, like, some kind of inventory mod. And if you don't agree with that, then you just haven't been to, like, Mistlands and Ashlands yet. Because once you get that late and you're carrying, like, 3-4 fucking meads, your 3 kinds of food, and, like, all the other fucking items that you pick up, like, it's ridiculous. But yeah. My point is, like, it's not that hard if you put out something, like, that looks decent to get people to, to buy your game, right? Because people are, like, so desperate. Like, I don't know what he is getting paid at Woob. I don't know how Woob's financial structure is. But yeah, like, if he releases something like Passable in EA, just based off, like, Factorio name recognition alone, he'd probably make more in, from that than he would working several years at Woob. Like, there's so much money. It's why games are so cheap. Like, people will talk about games being like $60, $70 being so expensive. In the grand scheme of things, that's like actually really cheap compared to how everything else has gone up in price. Like, I remember when I was a fucking kid, and I was trying to get my parents to buy me Nintendo 64 games, when I was like in fucking middle school and shit. And it was like, the games were like $50, $60 each back then for the cartridge. Like, games have essentially, like, stayed that price or gone down for the most part. I know there's some developers who put out, like, $100 editions. But if you compare it to, like, the price of literally everything else, electricity, housing, food, etc., a game these days costs you, like, maybe, what, 4 times eating out? At $15 a meal versus $60 for a game? Like, back then, we used to have $5 footlongs at Subway. You could get 12 meals per game. Now it's 4. So it's like... relatively... And the reason games have remained so relatively cheap is because the number of people that are buying them has skyrocketed. Like, absolutely fucking skyrocketed, especially with Steam and whatnot. Right? Like, you have, like, you release some random dumb game for, like, $10, and people are just like, it's $10, that's nothing. Then they just hit the buy button, and they wind up with Steam libraries that look like this, filled with games that they never played, but they gave you $10 for it. It's the whole thing where it's like, if you get $1 from every person in the planet, you're a billionaire, right? You're not asking much from everybody on the planet. Discounting, like, super impoverished regions where people have, like, literally no money, but you know what I mean. Like $1 is, like, nothing for, like, the majority of the people on the planet. And, you get $1 from everybody, you have $6 billion, $7 billion, however many fucking assholes are on this rock at this point. But it's, like, the same thing with gaming. Like, previously, with, like, N64 cartridges, it would be, you, sell maybe, like, a couple 100,000 copies. Like, these days, it's, like, millions of copies. But, yeah, being, like, an indie dev and putting something out that isn't even necessarily good, but hooks people initially enough. That's 20, 30, 40, 50. Can easily make you, like, insane fucking bank these days. I walked up my front door, cost me $45. Yeah, pretty much. I think quality of life things will come once the final biomes are done. I don't think so. I don't think they'll ever do it. If they haven't done it by now, I can't see them doing it in the future. This needs a bit to warm up. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't feel cheap, but when you compare it to the cost of living of literally everything else, you're like, okay, wow, gaming is actually, like, relatively cheap. If gaming had kept pace with the cost of everything else, skyrocketing, and it's not inflation, by the way, for all you people who call it inflation, it's not inflation. Not specifically. Feels like inflation, but it's not actually inflation. if you compare it to everything else, if gaming had gone up the same rate as everything else, we would be paying like $100, $200, $100 for every game, basically. Overrated industry, too much money invested? I don't think it's an overcapitalized industry the same way like housing markets are. No, I don't think that's true. I just think that there's just a lot of desperate people. Because the thing is, like, gaming is something you spend a lot of time on. It's not like you go watch a movie, you go watch it once, and then you don't watch it again for another 5 years, or never watch it again ever. People like consume games and they look for another game. You get games a year after that at a discount, yeah. Well, depending on the publisher, some are assholes, but yeah. I might have missed one in Starter to Clock. Underestimates the number of assholes on the planet? Yeah. I tend to do that. The gaming industry is not dying. It's not dying in the slightest. It's not dying in the slightest. Maybe like AAA shit is fucking like dying a bit, but like AAA shit is mostly garbage these days. Anyway, let's be honest. Hey Lou. PC gaming is fading with younger generations? I mean, dude, I don't know what to do with the broccoli head like generation. Like, there's never been such a severe jump in culture from one generation to the next until we got to, like, the generation that was literally raised with iPhones in their hands. They either know no shame at all, or they're, like, the most fucking timid, quiet people you've ever fucking met. And there's like zero in between. I had access to a PC from a relatively young age. I didn't have censorship tools on my PC. My parents, didn't have any of that shit on the PC. It's not like they could have installed it anyway. A, it barely existed back then, and B, I knew more about computers than they did. So, it's not like they could have ever forced it on me. But it's like, I don't know, like, kids these days, like, they have phones and their parents can see, like, everything they fucking do, every text message they send. It's like, they're simultaneously, have access to all the information in the world, but they also have no privacy. One phenomenon, culturally, that I don't think gets talked about as much with that generation, that's, like, I think really, really insane, is... Like, it's like, it feels like a lot of them are growing up in, like, a Truman Show environment, right? Like, you remember being, like, a middle schooler, like, a grade schooler, a high schooler, right? Like, how many embarrassing, stupid moments or, like, stupid things did you say or do when you were that age? Right? Like, we all did lots of embarrassing shit when we were younger. Right? And all that is just lost to time. Like, there's no record of it, Memories fade over time. People don't remember that shit about other people. Like, you only remembered about yourself. Right? And then these days you have this generation where literally, like, everybody is fucking walking around with a camera. You do anything embarrassing, it's gonna be on YouTube until the end of time. So yeah, that goes back to what I was saying about, like, it just seems like all these kids either are just completely afraid to, like, say or do anything because, of the ubiquity of recording devices they've been surrounded by their whole life. Like, they've been living in a Truman Show environment. Or they just have zero shame whatsoever. And are just, like, the most obnoxious little bastards you've ever met in your life. And there's, like, no fucking in between. At least that's my experience. We had our TI-83. Yeah, I remember that. Dude, I had, like, Zelda on my TI-83 and shit. The first Zelda game I ever played was actually on a TI-83. Like, how many people can say that? I never played, like, the original NES one. I eventually played Ocarina of Time. But before that came out, yeah, I played, like, a Zelda port on my fucking TI-83. We were hooking them up to each other too, like because you could hook calculator to calculator and play multiplayer. The teachers would be like, "Why are your calculators connected?" In the middle of class. Broccoli head generation? Yeah, please tell me you know. You know what I mean by that. Unless it's not in your country. Like, so many of these kids have the exact same haircut. Like, the same broccoli fucking haircut. Like, it's actually kind of crazy, like, how often you see it. Like, it's one of those memes where you think, like, oh, it's like an internet meme. It's not like that in real life. No, it's like that in real life. It's like that in real life. You know, there's several high schools in my area, including one, you know, by the shopping center I frequent, you know. I see these fuckers all the time. Other than Half-Life 3, which will never happen? No, I believe. At some point, Gabe is going to realize that he doesn't want to die without Half-Life 3 being made, and they're just going to say fuck it and make it. I believe. I'm going to keep mainlining that copium, man, straight into my fucking veins. Yeah, exactly, Whistler. Exactly. It's horrifying. It's horrifying when you think about it. And I think that's, well, you know, why, like, you know, they kind of develop the way they do. Right? It's like... Yeah, one got missed. Hold on. Fuck. Because the only two real answers to that are to completely shut down or to just ignore it all, right? I don't know. Like, I was never a fan of, like, limiting access to technology for, like, you know, children, because that's not how I grew up. Right, like, you know... Wait, which was the one? This one? Yeah. Oh, it's missing the wire entirely. That's from this one. It's missing a wishing well. Alright. We have to remember to fix that in the soundbox, too. But yeah, it's not how I grew up, so I initially was, like, very against this kind of thing. But, like, after seeing, like, what it's, like, done to them mentally, I'm like, holy shit, you kids are so fucked. But yeah, it's not even other kids, like, recording. Like, I don't know how many other parents do this, but, like, I was talking to a relative, and, they had full access to everything their kids did on their phone. Like, their kids literally couldn't install, like, any apps without their parents' permission. Their parents could read every text they sent. Literally zero privacy whatsoever. It's like digital helicopter parenting, and I'm just like, oh my fucking god. Like, if I was a kid and my parents tried to do that, like, fucking, there would have been fists thrown. Like, I would have... I would have never stood for that, like, level of, like, invasion of privacy, even when I was younger. And it just feels so normalized now. Like, that's just crazy to me. I agree with you, Mirage. I actually 100% agree. I 100% agree. Yeah, it's not because of the price of booze. It's like, come on, come the fuck on. We've had cheap booze all our lives, you know. When I was in college, like, I drank fucking Bud Light, you know, Coors Light, Jack Daniels, all that garbage like crazy. Like, cheap garbage alcohol has always existed. Like, it still exists. But yeah, I think it's absolutely because of the digital panopticon. Every embarrassing moment, you know, posted on YouTube and then shared to all your classmates. It's the clocking sidecar, Konich. It's a A-Bucks thing. The younger generation being completely shy or shameless, yeah. No, many people don't fit this. I'm also from Germany. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, I don't know German youth at all. You know, I'm not a fucking high school teacher or anything like that. Like, what I'm talking about, these kids, I'm talking about, you know, the ones I see in the wild and then, like, the ones I'm related to, and that's my main experience with them. And I guess some of what I see online, I guess, it also colors my perception. If laws worked, what does that mean? The embarrassing things of people recorded themselves in private and still post on the internet. Yeah, there's that too. Like in 20 years? I think it's more like now. What do you think Palantir is? That's literally what Palantir is. To gather every little bit of any bit of digital information on people and create a digital profile of everything they've ever said or done online. So they can go, like, you know, assassinate people for becoming too radical, for seeing too much truth. This is, I think, one people don't really understand about, like, the course of the modern world and what's coming, is we don't have a lot of time left. We don't have a lot of time left. As technology advances, it's becoming easier and easier for a small group of people to exert a large amount of power on a much larger group of people. Through both surveillance and, like, automated, you know, stuff like drones and shit. Like, if stuff doesn't change within the next couple decades in the West, then there's potentially some very dark futures ahead that I don't think people are even begun to reckon with. Like, it would make Black Mirror shit look like a fucking paradise. Well, I mean, the wait time looks really good when you look at it at a glance, right? Let's see what it is when I zoom in down here. Simply, you may not record. Yeah, but the thing is, like, once something's recorded, it exists. You can't delete things off the internet. You just can't. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I mean, these days they don't even assassinate people anymore. They just do character assassinations instead. You know. They'll call you a misogynist, you know, they'll call you an anti-Semite. They'll you know, manufacture some sexual assault bullshit that has no basis in reality. They'll just make shit up. They'll call you a racist, you know, they'll just make shit up. And I think this is where AI has the potential to do the most damage. Because so many people fall for AI slop. So many people fall for it. Like, there are literal YouTube channels that do nothing but make AI racist propaganda. Like, they literally just make, like, AI racist videos of, like, you know, people of different skin colors behaving badly and post it and pass it off as reality, and people fall for it. Like, AI's ability to just, fucking radicalize people in the wrong direction is extremely high. And I think that's something people have not really started to realize yet. Those are bad things? What are you replying to? What? What are bad? We're kind of at 700 here. Think we can call that 700? Those are bad things? Yeah, last time I checked, those are bad things. I know you're trolling, but that's just like a weird... Like, what? Like, huh? Yeah, the word is a bit overused. I do agree with that. The word is definitely a bit overused. But yeah, I think AI's ability to just straight up fabricate propaganda is the single most dangerous use of it. Because it's becoming harder and harder to tell the AI shit from the real shit. At a certain point, it's going to become almost indistinguishable, and that's going to be a kind of a point of no return, I think. But what would that even mean? I'm not sure what the question is. Get censored? Don't worry. There's no censorship here. You can type suicide, you can type genocide, you can type whatever the fuck you want. Like, for all Twitch's faults and Amazon's faults, etc., sometimes it does feel like Twitch is the last bastion of free speech on the fucking internet. Hamster side. Yeah, something like that. Oh, are they slop instead of shit? Yeah. I'm actually surprised. I was surprised for a second you even managed to type that. Because I thought I put that on Nightbot, but I think you got exempted because you're a mod. Here, someone type unalive in chat who's not a mod. Yeah, YouTube will demonetize you very fucking quickly. Yeah. Yeah, I actually added it to the blacklist. I was like, you're not allowed to say unalive here. You're only allowed to say suicide or, killed or murdered or anything like that. Use real words. Use real words, not fake ones. But yeah, you got away with it because you're a mod, Konage, and Nightbot exempts mods. Company created a VI for a political with a historical figure and then rejected the end because it seemed too realistic. And they thought it would scare the people in the event with the real dead person? What the fuck? I'm almost afraid to ask, like, what political party and what historical figure. Unalive. It's kind of like 700 here. I want to change something because a lot of these are activating, at the exact same time, right? So let me remove, just desync them a little bit. We can get a more concrete time here. I don't know Franz Joseph Strauss. No, not familiar. Sorry. Unalive just sounds weird in English. Like we literally have like 100 different words. You know, are you kidding me? The English and the Americans, they love murdering people. It's like their entire cultural identity is just murdering people. Do you know how many words we have for killing people? Like we have like literally like 100 fucking words for killing people. But no, now we got to use unalive. No, I will never use unalive. I will never use a platform that forces me to say it. What about undead? What happened here? Okay, I was trying to... Dude, what even... Apparently removing half the build and pacing it down really fucked up some of the clocks. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, everybody knows, like, what you mean. It's just obnoxious. It's like, you're literally you're, like, letting social media control how you speak. Which I think is wild. Are all the others good now? Just you? Should stabilize in a second, hopefully. Oi! No, I did not see his commencement speech. What do you mean, it just happened? Yeah, I don't really use social media either. Smiling ways it got booed? I don't know. Google is just such a shit company now. Like, the only things they do well are, like, email and Google Sheets. That's, like, the only things I use. I guess I still use Chrome, technically, but I really need to switch. I need to, like, organize all my bookmarks and migrate to Firefox one day. Because, yeah, Google really went down the shitter. YouTube is one of the most censorship-heavy platforms on the internet. It's actually, like, kind of wild when you're, dual streaming Twitch and YouTube. Because, like, yeah, YouTube is way, 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 way more strict on censorship. You know, we've often talked, like, there's people on Twitch who probably should be banned that haven't been banned. but like YouTube is like the opposite. Technology misuse? No, he was like, Google was always an ad company at the end of the day. Eventually, capital accumulation becomes a means unto an end. Or sorry, becomes the end itself as opposed to the means unto an end. That's what I meant to say. So they started making everything worse. I don't know if you guys heard about that. I've mentioned it before. But Google actually made their search worse. So people would search multiple times and see more ads. That's the level of decay that we're at. Well, it's not breaking 700 anymore now. But it's definitely more stable. Advising students to make for technology's risk. Oh, dude. Like, half of technology these days is built around suppressing freedom of speech. Yeah, and all the fucking AI does is search Reddit. I don't know if you've looked at the shit that it links, but like half the time you search something, it's like, here's the answers that I found in Reddit threads. It's like, thanks, but no thanks. Yeah, I've always said that too. If you really want to support somebody, donate directly. Don't like jump through the hoops. You know, if you sub on Twitch, I get like half the money basically. If you donate the same amount via, you know, the donate link at the bottom of my stream, I get like all of it. So, yeah. Obviously subbing, you know, has other bonuses, right? Emotes and the icons and shit. But yeah. It's the same thing with everything else too. Like, if you want to support a musician, go see their concert. They make the most money via concerts. Like, they don't actually make that much money via, like, Spotify and all this shit. Which is worse, advice from a random Redditor fabricated from an AI? I don't know, at that point, just chuck yourself off the cliff. Just fucking Thelma and Louise it, man. Floor it. I don't even know what to write this down. It's not even breaking 700 anymore. I'm seeing lots of like 640, but it's also going up to like 670, 680. I don't know, dude. I've actually been trying to play around with some AI a little bit more to see if any is like actually worth it, and I'll tell you right now, Gemini is definitely not worth it. Gemini is definitely not worth it. Like, a lot of these AIs, like, I know Gemini's AI gets, like, straight up wiped in between sessions. Because there was one point where I literally asked it to recall something that I told it, like, a couple days ago, and it's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm like, what? And then that's how I found out their memory gets wiped. It's like Person of Interest, like, all over again, man. That's literally the fucking arc. Minor spoilers. That's literally one of the arcs from that show. Yeah, I don't think they're capable of AGI in their current form either. Well, I don't know. I always thought it would take another like technological revolution of some kind before we got like AGI. I'm not so sure about that anymore. It seems weird that we get AGI just out of like basic fucking silicon and transistors without some other like major leap forward, but like I don't know. But yeah, I think like the current LLMs are like pretty far away from it still. At least the ones I've played with. But I haven't played with that many. I mean, really, the only one I've even played with at all is Gemini. And that's because it gets shoved in my face every time I fucking search something on Google. Yeah, see, that's the other thing, Whistler. Like, I'm not paying for this shit. Like, in order for me to pay for AI, like, it would first have to demonstrate itself being actually very valuable to me. And none of them have done that yet. And I'm not going to pay for one until it demonstrates itself to me, right? So, yeah, I don't know. As I said, I haven't played with them that much, but I don't know. I just tried throwing some litmus tests at Gemini the other day when I was drunk and, like, bored. And it just, like, it failed really badly. Like, asking it some, like, questions that are, like, easy to find the truth with a little research. But for where, like, the surface level answers is like, really messy. And that's when I realized it had a problem with defining things. Like, it didn't, like, define things absolutely. It kept trying to say, like, oh, these people define it this way, other people define it another way, therefore it could be either way. It's like, no. Words mean one thing. Words have definitions. Go fucking read a dictionary. And I like, corrected it on it. I was like, you know, words have definitions. You need to stick with these strict definitions in your analyses. If a lens has to change... Because it was trying to argue with me that, like, if you look at through one lens, it's this definition. If this definition applies, if you look at through another lens... And I said, no, words have concrete definitions. If a lens has to change the definition of a word, then the lens is wrong. The lens itself is wrong. Like, it's pushing an agenda. And it went like, you know, oh, yeah, thank you for the sharp correction. You're absolutely right. You know, words do have definitions. I will try to incorporate this in the future. And that was the conversation that I tried to have it reference at one point. When, like, a couple days later, I was like, remember what we talked about with definitions? And it was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I was like, oh my god. But it was also during that conversation that I realized, like, I think if you correct AI, it just always accepts your corrections. Like, when I corrected it, and it was like, oh, you're so right. I like my first thought after it did that was like, does an AI ever reject a user's corrections? Or is it just programmed to always accept the corrections a user tells it to correct for? Because I don't think I've ever seen it reject a correction and argue against it. Yeah, exactly. It's just a yes man. I'm not looking truth in the Goy Placator. I'm just talking about, you know, a minor experience I had with it when I was bored one day. That's it. I'm not looking for truth. If anything, I'm illustrating on why it struggles so hard to find truth. You know, I'm doing a deconstruction here. Just Google the thing I need and AI give advice from Reddit and TikTok, yeah. Yeah, I need to start using DuckDuckGo, for sure. Yeah, I've heard Claude is one of the better ones. I don't know if there's like a free version or something, but I don't know. I need to. I want to just sit down one day and like with like a bunch of different AI models and just run a bunch of litmus tests on them and see if even a single one passes. Because I doubt any of them will. Yeah. Yeah, it's not that it accepts corrections. It accepts all corrections uncritically. Yeah, exactly. The one you keep using, so they won't fight the user. Just an AI the AI tailored to you to always tell you exactly what you want to hear. I don't know what to do with this, guys. Like, I've been kind of like glancing at this number while I've been talking, and it's fucking like six. It's like all over the place, and it's not really any fundamentally different from the completely unclocked one. Like, I hate to say it, but like all the clocking experiments here are not really giving any solid results. It's like the most we saw was maybe a 10 increase on like one, but like it's hard to say. I don't know. Like, it may just not be worth to clock yellow, like, literally at all. Like, literally at all. Which is fucking whack. There's a free mod on the paid modules. I've never asked it for advice. Because, as I said, like, my main experience with it is the shit that it spits out at the top of every Google search. And then, as I said a couple days ago, like on Monday, when I was bored and drunk, I, just started hitting it with a couple litmus tests. Because I wanted to see if it actually was capable of, like, discerning the truth in any reasonable capacity. And it failed pretty fucking hard. It just wants to treat every viewpoint as being potentially valid without doing any actual investigation. What are you linking me? What is this? You were learning AI wrong? By the AI founders? Oh no, dude. The AI Business Founders Hive is a paid community for serious entrepreneurs ready to start or transform their business with AI. Okay, fine. It's only 20 minutes. I'll watch it after the stream, but... yeah, man. I don't fucking know. Look, here's the thing, like, based on what I've seen so far of LLMs, I don't think it's impossible to make an LLM that is actually somewhat accurately capable of sifting through information. Right? I don't think it's impossible. Like, obviously, like, we're not talking about AGI or anything like that. But I'm talking about just being able to filter through things and get to the bottom. I don't think that idea is completely impossible. Like, I don't think the tech itself is a complete basket case necessarily. It's just the current implementations and the way we use it. It's just nothing but garbage, basically. And obviously, like, what I'm talking about, I don't think would be able to be developed for like another 10 years or something. But yeah, I don't know. As I said, like, I kind of want to, like, at some point someday just sit down with like half a dozen different AI models and just just run tests on them and see if any one of them even, like, is close to being accurate. More AI content than actual human stuff? I don't know. I've heard that about the AI art stuff. Where it's like AI art just keeps cannibalizing AI art over and over and over, so it's just becoming worse over time. But yeah. Yeah, exactly, Whistler. Exactly. Like, having it in a state where it can, like, somewhat accurately sift through massive amounts of data would be an incredibly useful tool. But I have yet to see any AI that, as I said, passes the test that I give it. They usually fail pretty fucking badly. Then again, I guess my tests aren't super easy, but they're not supposed to be, right? Anyway. We need to make a fucking decision here. Dude, the VOD of this stream is just gonna be like me staring at the ground for like half the fucking stream. Oh my god. What the fuck am I doing? I don't even know, dude. This is what, like... What would you say that's averaging out to? Like 650, 660? I see a lot of 640s. I don't know, man. Was it ever worth it? Was there all that much to gain, man? Was it ever worth it? We were supposed to be clocking yellow today, and all we've learned is that yellow is not worth clocking. It's an end game optimization, Whistler. Like, I specifically tell other people, like, I don't recommend you look into it. It's something you'll, you know, kind of be forced to run into if you're, like, really into, like, megabasing. You'll eventually, like, get into it, but, you know, you can build a pretty respectable megabase without clocking. Honestly, anything over 1 million SPM is good for, like, the average player. Like, that's what I always tell people is, like, you know, if you want a megabase, get to, like, 1 million SPM and, you know, consider that to be a solid goal to reach. If you want to push it further after that, then that's where things get, you know, that's when you have to start worrying about, like, your PC and, like, specific optimizations and shit. But anyone who can make a base of at least 1 million SPM, you know, is solid on Factorio, right? Like, we're just at the degenerate upper end here. But, you know, emphasis on degenerate. Because there's a lot of suffering involved. Yeah, exactly. A 0 result is still a result. What do you think we've been testing right now, Lip? The whole point right now is testing the clocked versus unclocked versions. Like, it's literally what I've been doing all stream. I've done nothing else. We've talked about 2.1 and we've clocked yellow. I spent all of 10 minutes in the actual game today. The actual Megabase file, I mean. Dude, I need more Project Pitchfork shit on my fucking playlist. It's so good. Well, A-Book's thing... I mean, at this point, we're definitely spending next weekend on the Megabase as well, because I missed too much this week. I'm going to skip the alcohol next week and really try to like, get those YouTube videos out then. And, you know, maybe go try to do, like, the 5 days streams again next week so we can really wrap it up. I mean, we still have 2 more days this weekend, you know, obviously, but... Yeah. At some point, if I can't fix my sleep cycle, I'm just gonna force myself to stay awake for like 40 hours straight or something. It's like what I'm gonna have to do at some point. Because it's been like several months now. Like ever since we started the Megabase, really, my sleep cycle has been messed. But it got really bad this past month. It was actually the Turtle Wow shit that really screwed it up, honestly. Mm-hmm. Not the alcohol, yeah. Bigger impact? No. The standalone is the way you want to test it. Minimize variables. You know? Take it in isolation. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna message A-Buck and talk to him a bit about yellow clocking because yeah, they like him and his crew have been talking about like yellow not being worth it. Like I've talked to him too about yellow potentially not being worth it, but when we talked about it, it was in the context of the robo frames only not being worth it to clock. But I don't know. I've tried everything now. Like we've tried just about everything. Like I tried fully clocking the midsection versus not clocking it, made like no difference. Tried fully clocking the bottom section via not clocking it, made no difference. Tried the single insert versus the double insert for the flying frames, it's made effectively no difference. Like nothing I do really seems to make any measurable difference. Like any difference is so small that you can essentially chalk it up to noise or just like, you know, negligible increase. So I don't fucking know. But yeah, like right now this sped up all the way just looks to be about like 650, right? Which is basically what everything else was at, right? So I don't know, man. Whoops. Oh wait, no, that's what I wanted to do. But yeah, that's basically the 5 builds we played with today. The unclocked version, the one where I heavily clocked the midsection first, the one where I just did a simple clock on the output only. This one I think actually potentially came out the best, but the margin was still so fucking small. It's just the simple output clock, that's it. That might be the one I run with. Let's see if we can fine-tune that number. Where are you? Yeah, let me take this thing to the faster sandbox. It'll take like a minute if I do it in there. $58 works. Whoops. I think 58. Is the lowest or the highest we can go. Yeah, 58 it is. That looks solid. Hey, Foppy. So it's output only. This, oh yeah, it's 58 right now, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna send all these 5 blueprints to Abek and see what he thinks about the whole yellow clocking thing. I mean, it's probably just gonna confirm his suspicions. Yeah, it's got little tiny gaps now, but it'll fill over time. It's probably already filled now, yeah. You know, I was kind of thinking clocking yellow was the main thing I wanted to tackle today, and I guess we're kind of like done with that. I was kind of thinking like we'd go and maybe set up some labs for the last bit of the stream. I think it's better if I just end early and just try to get to bed really early, so we can actually get back to our normal fucking stream cycle. Like I'm actually like really annoyed at how degenerated my schedule has become. Like, we went like a year. The entire time I did the hamster project, Like, I spent, like, basically a year keeping a very disciplined, like, roughly, like, 8 p.m. till, like, 5 a.m. schedule, 4 or 5 a.m. schedule. And I kept it up for a year, and then the past, like, couple months, it's just all gone to shit. And I would like to return. So I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna wrap it up there. I'm gonna go try to knock myself out really hard. I might just punch myself in the head really hard. I don't know. I'll figure something out. And hopefully wake up at a reasonable time tomorrow, and then start like at an early time, and we can start setting up the 10 million SPM stuff then. The thing with the wheel is like it kind of had discipline. There was definitely a discipline aspect to it, where it's like, because I was doing like kind of the exact same thing every day. And it was also, the thing with the hamster shit, it was also like a relatively involved thing. That's the other thing. Like, after every hamster stream, I was tired at the end of every stream. Just kind of like mentally drained, but like in a good way, right? Because there's so many things you have to keep track of during the speed run that your brain is just like constantly firing off. And you're constantly like doing a lot with your character as well. As opposed to this shit where we're just staring at stuff run while I yammer about random bullshit for hours on end. But yeah. Yeah, today I mainly wanted to focus on the yellow shit. But yeah, I think we've learned as much as we can. There's nothing else I think we're going to learn from messing with the top section. That's like even more harder to clock. If clocking the middle section wasn't a meaningful improvement, then clocking the top was probably going to be a straight up negative. So yeah, I'm going to send these blueprints to A-Buck, see if I can get his opinion. But I think he's just going to echo exactly what we've already learned. Is that, yeah, this just kind of shows that clocking yellow is just not fucking worth it. And, yeah. And then I guess tomorrow we'll finally start scaling for 10 million. Yeah, tomorrow we'll finally start scaling for 10 million. And do or die. We're just going for it. And hopefully we stay under 60 UPS. If we drop under 60 when we scale to 10, we will try to do what we can to bring it back under. But yeah, we're going to go for it regardless. APM was high. Yeah, especially in the first couple hours. I miss that. I miss that. I know it sounds fucking weird. But, like, again, it's like... the speedrunning really tapped into, like, the RTS player in me. That, like, RTS addict that's been, like, buried for years at this point. Just the whole, like, doing something, like, fast and... the limit to how well you perform is how quickly you can do things yourself. It's a very, like, fun and mentally engaging thing for me. I know, like, a lot of people hate it. I know a lot of people are like, oh, I hate all, like, constantly having to worry about everything, doing things as fast as I can. I fucking love it, man. I fucking love it when a game has more for me to do than, I can really do, than I can physically do in a reasonable time, and I'm just trying to do things as fast as I can. It's super engaging. I think it's also really fun to watch. I think it's also really fun to watch. Someone like setting up an early base, putting down assemblers, belts, and inserters that fucking fast. It's fun to do and it's fun to watch. I never thought I would say that. If you told me 2 years ago, if you told me a year ago, hey man, come middle of 2026, you're gonna miss putting down inserters on smelters, I would have laughed in your face. But look where we are. I enjoy most of the random bullshit. Yeah, no, and I enjoy talking about it too, We talk about a lot of things here, that's for sure. No subject is off limits. Yeah, return to hamster. Instead of return to monkey, return to hamster. All right. We'll save that there. I will. Well, I'll send it to A-Buck off stream. I'm gonna run the main Megabase file off stream a little so this weekend because I need to make more prod modules to keep scaling things up. I'll just let like robot speed run or something like that. But yeah, I need to send this shit to A-Buck, so I'll do that after the stream so you guys aren't sitting here watching me type on Discord. But yeah, a little shorter stream today. Hopefully back tomorrow, but you know me. I'm not making those promises anymore because I'm really bad at keeping them, but if I can get to sleep like within the next like 2-3 hours, then that's really good. And yeah. Who do we have? Who do we have playing Factorio? Zaspar is doing a desert map challenge speedrun for sub 3 hours. Okay, so he's playing regular Factorio, not Space Age. And I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully at an earlier time. So don't be like too surprised if I start the stream like 2 hours sooner than usual. But also don't be surprised if it starts at the exact same time as today. I guarantee nothing. PoE fits quite well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's why I always enjoyed the like mapping meta more than the bossing meta in PoE. Like I always enjoyed like the speed mapping shit, where you're just trying to like slam through a map as quickly as possible. I mean, there were times when things definitely got degenerate, right? Like with like Valspark and shit. Like that was too far. But yeah, I got hugely into PoE because I was like, oh yeah, like fucking play for 10-12 hours straight, you know, be one of the first people to 100. And that's why I kind of like lost a lot of interest when it turned into like a bossing game. A very bossing focused game. ARPG Dark Souls is a very specific audience, but yeah. Anyway, enjoy Zaspar. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Sorry about missing yesterday. Trust me, I feel terrible.